Please turn off your cell phones or turn on the silent feature. This hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. I would ask those that come forward to speak to an application today to use the microphone provided to ensure all discussions can be heard clearly. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustments of the City of Toronto is called to order. The committee considers applications for variances from the provisions of zoning bylaws, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must complete a decision request card. These cards are available at the end of the table, down at that end. Please ensure that you include your email address on the form. Once completed, please give the card to a member of the staff seated to my right. If you do not agree with the decision, most decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. More information on TLAB can be found either on the TLAB or committee site, both of which can be accessed through the City of Toronto website. The procedure today, in order to ensure a fair and timely hearing, I will vet the agenda to determine which applications can be dealt with immediately and which applications have individuals other than the applicant agent that wish to address the committee. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda and will ask for individuals to identify themselves. If there are people in interest or in opposition, the matter will be held until all non-contested applications have been dealt with. If your item is held, we strongly advise that the applicant agent meet with the interested parties outside the hearing room to discuss and/or resolve concerns or issues. If no person is present in interest, the item will be called in the order on the agenda for non-contested applications. When making your submissions, when an application is uncontested, the applicant or agent will proceed with their presentation if we require it. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. When addressing the committee, please come forward to the podium, clearly state your name and address, and provide your decision request card to committee staff. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. If you read from a written submission, please hand it to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer when you're done. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee. Please note, the committee may not entertain extensive revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application to ensure that any revisions are accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. If there are several speakers sharing the same view, please select a spokesperson to present your group's opinion. We want to hear your view. However, covering the same points is not required. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut those issues that are raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of this discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest of the panel for the items in the 1:30 time slot? No. Okay. Are there any files to be closed in this time slot?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Please remember to fill out the decision request cards if you will be making a submission today and if you wish to receive a copy of our decision. I will now vet the agenda. Starting with number 22, 44 Foxley Street, the applicant. Any opposition to this application?
Yes.
You're in opposition? Okay, we're going to hold that one. Perhaps you can go out into the hall and try and resolve what issues you can. Number 2312 Swanwick Avenue, applicant. All right, any opposition to 12 Swanwick Avenue?
We will support it.
Pardon?
We would like to.
All right, we'll hold that and go ahead with the uncontested matters first. Number 24, 6 Brule Gardens. Applicant, any opposition? Yes, okay, we're going to hold that one. Perhaps you could go out in the hall and try and resolve your issues. Number 25 and 26, 553 and 551 Church Street. Applicant, yes, any opposition to this application? Pardon? Oh, so you're in opposition to it, okay. You can go out with the applicant, try and resolve your issues. Number 27, 126 Roxborough Street West, applicant. Yes, any opposition or interest? Okay. Number 28, 1021 Greenwood Avenue, applicant. Greenwood? Oh, you? All right, any opposition or interest in this application? We will proceed. 2945 BINSCARTH Road. Yes, any opposition? All right, okay, we'll hold that one. Number 30, 165 Brunswick Avenue. Yes, any opposition? Are you okay? We'll hold that one. Number 31, 78 Summerhill Avenue. Applicant. Yes, any opposition to Summerhill? Okay. All right, that's the 130 list. Gotta find out which ones we didn't hold. Okay. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Number 27, 126 Roxborough Street West. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a rear detached garage. We have before us on this application material submitted by the applicant, a staff report from Urban Forestry, correspondence and support from 3 letters of support and 1 in opposition. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, sir. Michael Cara, that's C-A-R-A, first initial M, legal counsel on behalf of the applicant, Andrew Sobera, being the owner of the property municipally known as 126 Roxborough Street West. I'm also the author of the letter of correspondence that was sent in earlier this week. So as you can see on the projector, the site is currently occupied by a 2-story detached dwelling that has a detached garage located at the rear of the site. As said on the application materials and illustrated in the renderings that were prepared on behalf of the applicant, which I will ask you put on the projector now. The purpose of the application is to permit the redevelopment of the subject sites with a new 3-story detached dwelling with a detached garage located at the rear. At the outset, I'd just like to note that my client is in attendance today and is accompanied by the architect in this project, Mr. Peter Wisnowski, who will be available to speak to any more nuanced technical questions that you have about the architectural plans. The application has been the subject of very productive discussions with city staff that, as demonstrated in the updated PPR, resulted in the removal and modification of certain proposed variances that were included as part of the original application. In particular, the proposed development has been revised so that it now complies with a total of 3 of the 7 variances that were originally requested at the time that the application was filed with the committee, including the required front yard setback, the required rear lot line setback of the rear yard garage, and the required distance from the garage to the center line of the lane. As a result of those discussions with staff and the revisions that were implemented, there are a total of 4 minor variances that are being sought before you today.
Okay, so we have them before us. Does anybody have questions about the variances? Pardon?
I don't need a presentation.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion?
I look at variances, I consider them to be very minor. I'm ready to have a motion to move.
Number 2.
Yeah, number 2 first.
And to confirm, that's condition 2 on the urban forestry.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have a seconder for the
I'll
motion?
second that.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 28, 1021 Greenwood Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear ground floor deck, rear one-story addition, and full second-story addition. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. Would you come forward to the podium, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Baba Akizadi. I'm presenting 1021 Greenwood today. So the purpose of this application, as you said, there's a first floor addition, on-grade addition at the back, and also the topping of the second stories.
Yeah,
And
doesn't seem that we need a presentation. It
Yes.
seems pretty straightforward.
exactly.
Does anybody have any questions, or do we have a motion?
I'd put forward a motion. I think the proposed construction is very small and the ensuing minor variances are really very minor, so I move a motion to approve.
We have a seconder. Mr. Clay. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we skip over 29 and 30, go to 31, 78 Summerhill. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 3rd-story addition with a front deck, a rear 3-story addition with 1st and 3rd-story decks, and a rear basement walkout. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and a 2-signature petition in support. Your name?
Hi, Chair, Committee. My name is Vanessa Fong. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
Yes. Okay. Okay, perhaps you can give us a short presentation?
Sure. The objective is to alter the existing 2.5-story dwelling to create a space for our homeowner. We're requesting a few variances. Some are sort of similar in nature, ones being the side yard setback for both the platform as well as the side walls, which are due to existing conditions of the house, where the house is currently located, so asking for 0 property line setback on the east and 0.85 on the west, which are legally non-conforming conditions. The landscape percentage that we are requesting is also an existing condition. We don't propose to alter the front yard landscaping, so we are requesting for 27% there, but it is contextually similar to the front yard conditions along that street. And then the two other variances that we are requesting is for the sidewall main wall heights, which is allowable at 8.5, but due to our flat roof condition, it brings it up to 10.3 meters. I do want to note that the 10.3 meter in height is less than the allowable building height, though, which is 11 meters in that zone. So we are still well below the allowable building height. And then the last one is building depth. We are requesting 0.76 meters in addition to the allowable 17-meter building depth due to the rear addition.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
So overall height, you're not seeking variance?
We are not seeking a building height variance, no.
The front yard,
Yeah.
it's an existing parking?
It's an existing parking pad condition. It is, yeah.
Any more questions?
Yeah, in the plans, you're talking about removing the tree in the front yard?
Yeah, possibly. We are going to get an arborist involved with that. Yeah.
Okay, and would that affect the overall soft landscaping in the front?
No, the exact overall, it's sort of like in a planter,
Yeah.
cordoned off at the moment, so that would still remain as softscaping. It's just the removal of the tree.
And is that planter that's in the only softscape in the
It is currently, yes.
Because that looks like less than 24%.
So the property line sort of divides that front part of the
Right.
parking pad. So just the way that I think the property line cuts that front yard, it is 27% in the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so if no further questions, can we have a motion?
Sure, I'll,
I don't think there are any.
Advisory.
advisory.
Yes, we have noted that. And we will work with urban forestry.
We have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor? Have your approval, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the end of the uncontested matters. So I don't know whether we're going to, is 44 Foxley Street back? No. Is 12 Swanwick Avenue here? Okay, you can hear 12 Swanwick. The purpose of this application is to convert the detached dwelling into a two-unit converted dwelling by constructing a rear third floor addition. Note the third floor addition on the east side in front of the dwelling are as of right construction cleared by Toronto Building. So with this application, he's having a rough time. Oh, okay. On the wrong direction. Just hold on 1 second. I'll get there. All right, with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have a report from urban forestry. We have opposition from, I guess, the whole street, almost. And
Not
10
entirely,
and a further 10 form letters in opposition. So there's a page, almost a full page of opposition, but somehow you managed to whittle them down. Okay, sir, can we have your name?
Craig Race, the applicant and owner, part owner.
Okay, so could you tell us what this application is about?
Certainly. So first, just a bit of background. On the screen is a model of the existing home. The second image, we already have a permit for a partial third floor and side addition, and some front basement walkouts that we'll get into in a minute. But today we're here for a minor variance to make the third floor the full depth of the home. It's remaining on the existing footprint of the home, so no deeper than the current footprint, but the full depth puts us in the territory of a few variances. So the first variance relates to the percentage of the secondary unit we're putting in the home. The requirement is 46%. We're just slightly over that. Sorry, requirement is 45%. We're just slightly over that at 45%. It's effectively oriented like a semi-detached home. However, a portion of the basement was subtracted from mechanical space. So the as-of-right plan we already have the permit for complied, but by going to full third floor depth, we're just slightly over that. The second variance is for floor space index. We're permitted 0.6 times coverage. What we're seeking is 0.67, which we deemed was more acceptable than proceeding with an as-of-right rear addition, which would have allowed us to do 0.69 times coverage. That building mass, although it would have avoided a variance, would have resulted in a lot more shadowing and privacy concerns for the neighboring houses. So by maintaining the mass on the third floor with appropriate cutbacks that we designed in consultation with the planning department, it seemed to be a more sensitive massing, even though it triggered a variance. And then finally, there's a third variance, which is called main wall alteration. So effectively, this is triggered because of a definition in the bylaw where the addition at the back that contains a secondary suite affects a roof. And by definition, the roof forms part of the main wall that faces the front street. We are not affecting the elevation that faces the street. This is just a technicality that the zoning examiner assured us was required.
Okay, so have you reached an accommodation with the opponents?
Yes, so we've been working with the neighbors for a few weeks now, and we've agreed that conditional on removing the basement entrances for each unit, they are in support of the application. We submitted a letter to this effect to Anita. It sort of happened last minute, so I have printed copies here for you.
Okay, so that doesn't affect any of your variances?
Correct, the variances are unaltered.
Okay. All right, so might we hear from the gentleman in opposition?
How many copies? How many copies would you like, Anita?
Okay, so
Thanks.
eliminated the doors?
Oh, you didn't read the back walkout?
The front yard walkout, so
You still have the back.
no, we're only altering the lower portion. So there are no variances associated with the walkout. This was as of right. We actually already have approval for them, but we're going to remove them in exchange for the neighborhood support.
But through you, Mr. Chair, the variance number 3 it speaks to the entire front wall.
I understand
The
that.
front main wall that faces the street is being altered. That's what the variance is for. So the committee, it would be good if the committee had, well, I thought the committee was going to be getting the full front facade showing that there's no basement walkouts.
Right, so the explanation we received from the zoning examiner was that that third variance was triggered because of the alterations to the roof on the third floor. There are no alterations to the main wall. It's just formed part of the definition. And similarly, the elevations that we've already submitted are unchanged except for the basement portion.
So that's A2.6.
Which changes the front of the dwelling. It would have been easier if the committee was to approve this, that it be tied to just one elevation that shows those not there. That was what the request was. That's fine, we'll have to work with what you've given us.
And I have copies of the full elevation as submitted, if you would like me to attach those.
Right, but if the committee's going to tie it to a front elevation, that front elevation doesn't match what you've shown me here. So it would have been good if with the revisions on the entire front elevation, but we'll have to work with what we've got. It'll be a little bit more difficult, but that's okay. Well, the current front elevation that you have shows basement walkout, and this is just a partial of the base of the front that shows, maybe I should let you see it.
I'll keep that.
Yeah, it's not a full elevation. It's just basement. Yeah.
Would you like me to?
Well, wait a minute.
I'd rather, at this point, we'll just deal with what we...
Okay.
Whatever you need, let me know. We can whip it up right away.
This so no walk.
Yeah, right, 826. Is that the one that shows no walkout? 826?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's so partial, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
This window a little bit. I see.
You can keep that.
So do we say that's approval? All right. So thank you, Mr. Race. Are you going to speak? Oh.
My name is Katie Butler. I work at Borden Ladner Gervais LLP. I'm the lawyer for the owners of 10 Swanwick Avenue, Paul and Tamra McKeegan. They're here in the audience today. There are also some other neighbors. I don't represent them. I wrote to the committee on January 23rd, 2020. You have my letter. Since then, the clients have consulted with Mr. Race and come to an agreement, as you've heard. So I just want to make sure that you have all of the correct drawings, because what we would request is that we support the variances requested on the condition that the plans be appended to your decision and that the construction be substantially in accordance with those plans.
Have you seen these plans Mr. Race just submitted?
I think I have, but I just want to make sure if you could check for me the dates and then the plan number, then we can make sure we all have the same
You
things.
better come forward and check.
Sure, happy to.
Yes, yes. Take that copy and make sure, and let us know if that's in accordance with your agreement. That's okay.
And you don't want this back? Okay. So these are the correct plans. We would request that these be appended to the decision. And just to reiterate, in addition to the removal of the front entrances to the basement, they also show the waste bin storage was moved to the back, which was a condition that the community members requested. There will also be perimeter construction protection and tree protection that is not before the committee.
It actually is part of what we submitted originally.
Oh. Okay. Apparently, it's part of the original submission. We would request that it be in accordance with the letter that you wrote to the committee. To the neighbors on Saturday. So on that basis, my clients, the owners of 10 Swanwick Avenue, would support an approval that is based on those conditions. Subject to any questions you may have, these are my
I
submissions.
just want to be sure what your conditions are in accordance with the plans that were just submitted. Anything else?
We also requested that tree protection.
That's not up to us, and it's probably going to be, well, I don't know whether urban forestry is going to require it or not. Yes? Okay. Oh, right, forestry number 2. Okay. All right, so that's going to be done.
So the only condition then is that it be subject to the plans that we've just gone over and that they be appended to your decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's correct.
As the chair mentioned at the outset, there were several.
There's a member of the community here who can speak. She's spoken to a number of the neighbors and she's prepared to speak today. Thank you.
Just before you speak, I want to be sure there's no one else here. Opposition was supposed to be in this row. I don't want people popping out of the woodwork. We can't go on forever. Okay, so you're the last one. Now tell us who you are and who you represent.
My name is Michelle Lavoie. I am owner and resident of number 22 SWANWICK, just down the street from number 12.
Okay.
I have communicated with over 100 direct neighbors in a one-block radius of this project. And we have an email communication that has gone out to them talking about before we had an agreement with Mr. Race and his investors, and after the agreement. So they have all been able to look and review at the agreement. I gave them time to reply if there were any objections, and they were obviously very welcome to come here if they still didn't object. We had only agreement. So there are over 100 on my email list.
Are all your people in agreement with the agreement reached by Mr. Race?
Yes, they have a copy of this exact agreement. All of them received it on Monday, so they've had sufficient time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, unless anybody has a question of Mr. Race, I don't think we need to hear from you. Okay, so can we have a motion?
I would like to move a motion for approval subject to urban forestry condition at number 2, and also subject to the plans that are submitted during the hearing today.
We have a second.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Number 24, 6 Brule Gardens. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by expanding the second floor above the existing first floor at the rear of the dwelling. And we have so Brule people are not here?
I can go over.
Where are you going? Oh, not here. Over there. Okay, Brule's not here. Let's go on to 553 and 551 Church Street. Anybody here on that? Come forward. Are you the applicant? Come forward. Is there opposition? Okay. Well, are the opponents still here? Okay, come forward, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Just a minute. Well, the purpose of this, purpose of the application for 553 Church Street is to legalize and maintain the existing rear patio and canopy above. And the purpose of the application for 551 Church Street is the same. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Heritage Preservation, and a staff report from Community Planning. And we have a letter from the counselor who recommends conditional approval. In your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Renda Abdo, the owner of 553 Church Street, operating as Smith Restaurant.
What's it
and
called?
Smith.
Smith.
S-M-I-T-H.
Right, okay.
Yes. So.
So this has been, is this the third time it's before the committee?
This is the third time, correct.
Third time. And are you asking, and so each previous time you were approved for 3 years?
Correct.
And what are you asking for now?
So I'll skip right to the last page then. You've saved me some time. Continued permitted use. We did apply for the canopy permit, which we obtained for 553. The canopy has always extended a little bit, encroaching into 551. So they asked us to submit another application, which we did with our architect, and it included the canopy that extends over to 551. So we would like that to be approved, and we would like, once and for all, if we're able, we've 7.5 years of operation without any incident or disturbance, that we not have to come to committee. I think originally when we were granted, it was for a review after 3 years, not to renew. So we've been paying $8,000 every time we have to come to committee for the permitted use, continued permitted use. That's what we're here for today. Thank you.
So you want the use without a time limit?
I hope that we've proven ourselves to be respectful of the neighborhood.
Does anybody have any questions?
One question.
Yes?
Of course.
The councillor recommend the hours of operation until 11:30, but the staff report recommends to be 11 p.m. So what's your take?
We're fine with that. Generally, we are closed by 11 without, yes.
Anyway, so-
Yes.
okay.
So that would be great, with the exception of one, never mind, the festivals in the community.
Any further questions? If not, can we have a motion?
Sure. I'd like to move a motion to approve. I think this is reasonable, and the applicant has shown a history of managing the patio well. Subject to the community planning conditions of, what's the date on that? The 3 conditions from community planning around no projected music and 11 o'clock closing and no access from Monteith Street.
We have access
9 o'clock,
after
until
11,
9.
after 11, the access.
Right.
Yes. Fantastic.
Second that.
Yeah.
All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Generally, when people come for dinner or brunch, that 2-hour window, so we seat by 9:30, and we don't allow new guests. They're allowed to complete their dinner by 11, so we're fine either way. I mean, it's nice if we have that little bit of flexibility, and if someone wants to come at 10 o'clock and be able to seat, that it's never been a disturbance. So if you could keep it at, it's just less confusion for staff if we know that we have operation until 11 and clean and clear.
I mean, the access to Monteith too, you would like to
Well,
11?
in all honesty, sir, the activity in the park surpasses any noise that we could ever bring to to Monteith Street.
Yeah, I'd change it to 11. I don't see a material difference by having.
Do we have a
people on the
seconder
patio.
for the revised motion?
Appreciate that very much, Mr. Reed.
Yes, a seconder.
The revised motion, yeah.
The revised motion, eliminate the
Okay.
So
all
this
in
is it.
favor?
We won't have to meet again. Thank you very much.
Third time's the charm, huh?
There it is. Thank you very, very much.
want to read this?
Love it. Yeah, well, I might just, lots of
Okay.
excitement going on. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Number 24 is 6 BRULE. Anybody here from 6 BRULE? No. We're going on to number 27, 126 Roxborough Street West. Foxborough not here. 28, 1021 Greenwood Avenue.
We did that.
Oh, right.
About 29.
2945 BINSCARTH Road. Nobody here. 165 Brunswick Avenue.
Yeah.
I think that's Brunswick Avenue. Are you here?
They're here, yes.
Okay, come forward, please. Pardon? Yeah, they weren't here. Let's do this. Okay, well, we'll do Brunswick.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we're doing Brunswick first.
Are we doing Brunswick?
Yeah, come forward.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. My name is Enzo Lacasano. I'm the agent for the property.
Just a minute.
Okay.
All right, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story mixed-use building by constructing a rear 3-story addition with retail at grade and residential above. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from transportation, correspondence and concern from 155, and opposition from 156 and 162 Major Street. Okay, your name, sir?
Enzo Lacasano.
All right.
I'm the agent.
Oh.
Mr. Chair, this project, we've been working closely with the planning department and the Harbor Village Residents Association for the last 2.5 years. We recently, in November, we came up with a final solution that was agreed upon by all parties. This is the existing site as it is now. It's a rental residential property. The objective here was to maintain and restore the west corner, which is the historical portion of the building. And the remaining 2-story at the back was going to be removed. Now, the solution we came up with was this. And also working with the planning, closely with the planning department.
So does this comply with your variances, or do you have to change any of your?
No, the variances are as is.
Okay.
We understand there's variances with the GFA, floor space index, rear yard setback, and parking space. Currently, there are no legal parking spaces on site. Landscaping, there's currently no landscaping either. But working through site plan approval and the city, we are providing boulevard enhancement with the tree planting, which is part of the City of Toronto controls for boulevard landscaping. And also, they'd like to see planter boxes similar to the condo that's west of us, the brand new condo that was put up, and they did a similar effect because we have quite a wide boulevard in front of our property. So the owner has no issues with greening that space, but our main focus was really to save that west, and that was the Harbor Village Association really wanted us to focus on maintaining that as it is part of the historical portion of Brunswick. That's the corner, or that's what the look that they wanted, that we sort of looked at, that's at a similar building. So the idea here of this style of building came from a study of different types in the area, similar to this, which these are all on Harbor, similar to that. Again. Now, meeting with some of the neighbors, we understand there's an issue with green space, which we have all intentions of providing better than what's there, and to meet city's planning's requirements through site plan approval, which we're already well in. We have a formal application already submitted. There's an issue about the parking space. Again, this is on a main city drive. There are very few properties that even have parking spaces along this drive. We currently don't have any anyway. But the requirement is for one. So in our opinion, this is very minor. And there is parking on the side streets in the arteries off of Harvard available.
At the present time, the property's residential?
Correct, and it's going to maintain residential. There is a commercial component on that corner. There was a small driver's ed for many, many years, and that closed down.
Okay.
But the intent is to have commercial space on the ground floor and residential on the upper 2 floors.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Hear from, do you have a spokesperson? Opposition, do you have a spokesperson?
We have different concerns.
Okay, Okay, just a minute. I thought Mr. Lacasano,
Yes.
I thought you had an agreement with your neighbors.
No, not with the, I never said the neighbors, sir.
Oh.
I said with the Harbors Ratepayers Association.
Okay.
Now, we've had dealings with, not this gentleman, but the other owner of that property. We've had discussions with him. We've looked at his concerns. We thought we addressed those concerns, but apparently this gentleman has,
All right, so he's still here concerned.
the other half owner is
We'll
still
hear from-
concerned.
We'll hear their concerns.
Okay.
All right, so please come up and let us have your name, et cetera.
My name is Samantha Chin, and one of the buildings that he showed on your projector was mine, the big white one.
I think it's this one, right?
Yes, that's mine. It has two addresses. It's 169 Brunswick and also 154 Harvard Street. So I have 100 feet basically facing this proposal. His proposal.
You're on the north side?
I'm on the north side, yes. Okay, so as you can see on my second floor, it is a cathedral room, so it does, have a really high ceiling, but the rest of the building is one floor. And so the proposal of putting a third floor directly across from me does affect me personally from my view and my skyline, and I oppose it as well because the buildings around it are not at that height. He showed another building that has dormer windows, but those appear to come out of the roof like an attic. So for me, because I maintain this very large building that in the aesthetic of the street, to maintain a certain look for the street, which has been really important. I've spent a lot of money, trying to put a mural on this building, and it's continuing in this spring, that it's important for me that the plans that they have support the look of the rest of the street. That's my first concern. My second concern is there's a huge parking related issue on this street. We now have bike lanes, which we've had for a number of years, and that has inhibited the amount of usable parking spaces for the stores, the commercial buildings that are on this street. I have a lot of problems with parking. My neighbor to the east of me is Harvard House. I don't know what their address is, probably 156. And we are constantly battling with people illegally parking in personal parking spots.
Boys of Major Lane.
Yeah, in Boys of Major Lane, which is across the street, private parking for residential homes. And
How will this redevelopment impact, because previously they had no parking in any of it?
they have illegal parking, which means that their tenants are actually parking in their backyard. So there is parking on that spot. It's just not what he's saying. It's not legal parking by the city, but there is space. There is space available.
But
There-
would you just hold your comments till you have an opportunity to speak at the podium? Thank you.
Right, so that building that they're proposing changes has two spots at the back, which is their backyard, I guess. And that backyard is open to the street where they have parking. So if they are going to increase the size of the building outside of their in asking for a variance, they're basically filling up their whole lot with a building and having no, space for the moving in of these residents, commercial parking. So where are suppliers going to come to drop off, inventory or anything that the first floor commercial businesses may need? And that's another problem that we have on the street. We have a lot of suppliers stopping illegally because there's nowhere to park on Harvard.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
Can we have the next person? Please address issues that have not been addressed.
Okay, I wasn't allowed to make a comment on the parking.
Well, it wasn't your turn.
I'm sorry, may I speak to that? Because I have two other points to bring up.
Well, if you have different points, you.
Yes, I've lived,
have your name?
my name is Marilyn Martin. I'm the owner of 145 Brunswick Avenue. I've lived on the street for 23 years now, and I'm quite familiar with what has happened on the street and what's going on. There's been a consistent reduction of parking in the neighborhood over a period of years. We've now got a dome just a block away. People come to that. The parking in the neighborhood is a real problem. The city is putting a two-way bike lane on Brunswick Avenue, which will mean all the cars will be on the east side. There's currently 2 handicap spots on the west side, which will have to be moved to the east side as well. And the east side is also where the fire hydrants are. There are currently 2 fire hydrants on Brunswick Street. So we're losing 4 parking spots on Brunswick Street in the immediate future. There has always been parking at the corner lot. There was a garage there that was recently torn down. He ran a driving school there. They park 2 cars behind the building all the time now. And there has been parking off and on the cement in front of the building on Brunswick Avenue. Now I'm forgetting the other issue I wanted to talk about. I also wanted to understand what the residential part of the building would be, whether it will be rental or whether it will be condominiums. We do already have several student housing situations in the neighborhood which are not well run and are also a very big issue for parking because trucks come moving them in and out. They don't have any parking for any guests. There's constant Uber stopping in the bike lanes. Those are my main concerns.
Mr. Locasa will address that issue when. Okay, next.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Mazzatelli. I'm an architect. I'm representing the owners at 163, which is the house immediately attached to this house. And firstly, the owners went to the neighborhood and other neighbors, and we have 4 additional letters signed in objection by the neighbors.
Bring them up. So we have further letters of objection from 163, 127 Robert Street, and 115 Harbor Street. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm representing the owners at 163, and in terms of what was said earlier, all of the owners object to this proposal. They strongly object to this.
All of the owners that you represent?
Yes.
All the owners on Brunswick?
On that I represent at 163.
Okay. All right.
This is completely out of character and of adverse impact to the street. There are too many variances and too aggressive in scope. It is bad planning, not desirable, beyond minor, and not in keeping with the official plan. It must be refused. The variances are much greater than minor. Minor variances would be smaller in scope. The proposed rear addition would basically cut off the 163 property completely to the rear. The maximum permitted FSI is over by 2.137. This is almost 87%, which is almost double the allowed.
Well, do you know the existing FSI?
No, but the proposed is almost double.
Yeah.
And it's almost 3 times in terms of the overall actual figure. Likewise, the FSI is over the 1 times permitted to 1.91, and this is almost double. So these things are not minor. The pedestrian access required proposed is 4.48 meters, and which is less than half of the required 12 meters. The minimum rear yard is only 0.15 meters, which is almost zero. And this is basically ignoring the established zoning requirements. No soft landscaping is provided at all, and this is ignoring the zoning again.
But that's an existing condition.
2 parking spaces are required and none are provided. Once again, this is ignoring the zoning. It's our opinion that there's too much disregard for the zoning here. It's overdevelopment and over-aggressive, and we hope that you refuse.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, yes.
I'm always interested in hearing when there's a major change to a semi, any concerns from the adjoining property. So you're representing 163.
Yes.
That's the adjoining semi.
Yes.
I thought I'd heard you mentioned a number of things which were more generic and general in nature, but one of the things you said was specific to 163, and I think you said the concern was that the addition would cut off 163's access to their rear yard. Is that what you said?
Not access, but it would, the entire property at 165 is being built right to the rear lot line.
Right.
And that's unheard of.
But does that affect, how does that affect 163?
It basically puts up a wall for the length of 163.
To the north side?
Yes, at the north
But
side.
the access for 163
still has
east
access, yes.
is still accessible and presumably to the south?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what do they do in the yard that this building impacts on?
Well, both houses currently have a small rear yard, and the difference is that the applicant in this case wants to completely fill his rear yard with a building.
Right, so the backyard will have a wall on it on one side,
Yes.
basically. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, any further questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lacasino?
It's Lacasano, sir.
Lacasano, sorry. I was going to ask you if I pronounced it right.
It's actually Lochisano.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll address Samantha's comments first. With regards to the height of the project, there is no height variance here. We're actually matching the existing height of the historical portion of the building that is already on the west side. So that's into play. With regards to bicycle, it's a requirement for 4 bicycle spaces in the building. So that's why we converted the basement portion to storage for the tenants and also to store their bicycles. It is true, we do not have parking on site. The gentleman said, well, there is parking. Just because there's an empty lot doesn't say that it's a parking spot. It's not a legal spot. It doesn't meet the city's requirements as a legal spot. It would be considered boulevard parking, if anything, which is not legal. So somebody's saying, well, it's an empty lot, so I can park on it. Great, you can park on it, but parking enforcement would tag it if somebody had complained.
So you had no parking before?
There is no parking
now?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'll show you.
Tell me how this use differs. Are there more units? Are there going to be more tenants in this building?
There will be, I believe it's 2 additional units. Now, here's the area that's shaded, that's the addition. Now, there's a portion of land here, right behind our building, which was actually, back in the 50s, was actually one large lot. It was severed at some time, and it's actually owned by the gentleman at 163. The gentleman at 163 owns this lot and this lot. Encompasses our building entirely. So your question about access, there is a laneway here, and they have access from that laneway to 163.
And they park back there, do they?
There is somebody's, again, it's not illegal parking or legal parking, but people are parking in this lot here, which is only wide enough for 1 parking space under the Toronto bylaw.
So are you going to get to the last?
Yes.
I want to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Backyard.
Okay, so the rear lot line, yes, we are building to the rear lot line currently. With regards to landscaping, we already went through that. With regards to the variances, as the architect mentioned, they are minor in nature. They're not minor in a number, and it's not always considered just because the number is large. The existing FSI of the building is already at 1.15. So yes, because we're increasing the density, the actual volume of the project and the idea of the development is still minor in nature and actually enhances the actual view down Harvard Street than what's there now, and actually meets a lot of the requirements. Now, with regards to Samantha's comment about lot line to lot line, well, her building does that exactly. It goes lot line to lot line, which is what we're doing.
We've got
Again, it's illegal parking. It's boulevard parking is not allowed.
I have a green.
Okay, please.
Anyway, this is my turn to talk. Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all we really have. And again, side yards setback as per the architect, we don't have a side yard requirement. It's not a variance.
All right. So I want to know, the architect mentioned that you were building to the rear lot line, which you said.
Yes.
You said that. But he indicated that his client, 163, will have his backyard affected by your building. So I didn't understand from your drawing that that was the case.
Well, here's the back of 163.
Yes?
This is the extent of our building.
Yes?
His lot goes all the way to here.
Okay. And behind yours, too?
And behind ours, correct.
Okay. Any further questions? No. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So do we have a motion?
How many units did he say? Did he say how many units?
There's 2 additional.
Two
Additional.
Additional 6 units in total.
6 residential units?
6 residential rental units.
Plus commercial space.
Plus the commercial space on the ground floor.
2 commercial? Is it 2
One.
separate? One.
Well, it could be 2 or 1, depending on the future tenant. We've set it up so that they have the flexibility.
Yes.
I'm very familiar with the area. I walk through it every day. And along Harbour Street, this kind of development is really quite consistent. Yeah, and I think the proposal is actually inconsistent with a lot of corners, especially at the corners along Harbour. There are a lot of restaurants, and there were yoga studios. I think that in terms of massing and all, it's just in keeping with the neighborhood. And in fact, the height, everything's not, they do not need a variance on the heights. So I'm in favor of the proposal.
I would agree, Yim. I think that Harvard is a complicated street to build on because so many of the lots that front it, they're actually siding onto it. And I think it's hard that way to get commercial space and activation on the street, which is, I think, another desirable thing to happen. So I would support your motion.
Okay, so all in favor?
Oh, no, I haven't got a proposal. Yeah.
I think you made a motion.
What?
I haven't put a motion forward yet.
Oh, I thought
So
you did.
I'm going to do it now.
Commenting.
Yes, commenting. I'm going to put a fourth motion to approve the application. Are there any? Oh, there was a transportation engineering conditions.
Driveway ramp has to be reset.
Yes, that we will want to impose that.
That's correct.
Yeah, we want to impose that.
Yes.
And that's my motion.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval, thank you. So let us go back to number 2244 Foxley Street. Be here now. Okay, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by performing interior alterations and constructing a rear two-story addition, full third-story addition, front yard, basement, walkout, and front third floor balcony. Additionally, the existing rear detached garage will be demolished and a two-story laneway suite will be constructed. So on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from engineering and urban forestry, opposition from 40.5 Foxley and 29 Roll-Yatt Street. Okay. Thank you. Your name, sir?
My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the applicant.
Right. Okay, tell us about this application.
How much would you like to know? The laneway suite is permitted as of right. The side yard setback variances are existing. There's one variance required for the laneway suite regarding the soft landscaping at the rear. Because we don't get credit for permeable pavers for the driveway portion of it. There's just a little bit of land on either side, and most of it needs to be paved for the pedestrian entrance into the building. The front yard landscaping, currently there is 0, and we will be significantly, it's one of those properties where the whole front of the property is basically paved. We're going to be removing the majority of that hardscape landscaping that is off our property as well, and replacing it with new soft landscaping, a significant improvement. And the FSI is 0.9 over. It's entirely in keeping with variances that have been approved in the area, including 48 Foxley, which has a very similar condition and a very similar front walkout as well.
Okay, so let me just understand about the soft landscaping. Variance number 1 deals with the soft landscaping between the laneway unit and the main house?
And the lane. It's at the rear.
So that's
I have a graphic I can show
50%
you.
instead of 75%.
Correct. I have a graphic I can illustrate that if you have a question.
No, I understand it now.
Okay.
Okay, so the other soft landscaping, variance number 4 is 13%, and that's the front yard, which you say is already concrete or whatever.
Yeah, it's the old sort of pavers.
Okay, so you're not really changing that.
We're improving it, bringing it up to 13%, and then in the space between the sidewalk and the property line, which is it's over 4.5 meters deep, that's also being soft landscaped, except for a walkway.
So is that consistent with the rest of the
It's
area?
better than, I would say, a good chunk of the street.
Okay. Does anybody?
Just to follow on the rear, you mentioned, so you're putting water permeable paving stones, but that doesn't count.
Correct, because it's the driveway, you don't get credit for that.
But if you were to, for example, include that portion as being legitimately soft landscaping,
I'd ballpark
any idea?
it. I would ballpark it at 85%. Significant amount.
Okay.
I have a question through your chairman. The development engineering has the letter. We've got like 2 issues and have a few sub issues. It's mainly talking about fire hydrant locations and all that. Are these issues that you have to address anyway in order to get your permits?
These are what I would consider to be standard comments for laneway
that's what I'm
suites.
thinking, yes.
Yeah.
So it should not be part of what we have to.
Right.
We have to. So they have to meet. Okay.
Yeah, we have to meet regardless. And in the letter, it says there are no concerns.
I see.
But you also
you
have
have
to
to meet
make sure.
this requirement.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Chair, one more?
Thank you,
Oh,
sir.
sure.
We'll hear, yes.
One more, if you
Oh,
wouldn't mind? Again, I'm always interested in this. It's the southerly portion of a semi, right?
It's the
northerly or south?
it's the westerly portion of the semi.
Right, it runs east-west.
Yes.
pardon me. So it's quite unique and striking in its
It is a bold
design and look. It's very bold. It appears to be quite contrasting to the remaining portion of the semi,
I would say so, yes.
which I'm sure is probably some concerns. But have you spoken with, or has the owner spoken with, or had any discussions with the other half of the semi?
Back in November, we circulated our own notice to the neighborhood. It generated 3 comments. One in opposition, gentleman here, who our friend next door, not our friend next door in the lane.
Right.
1 letter in support, and 1 letter from somebody who wanted to have the front fence that is currently on the property. So no concerns that I'm aware of.
No discussion then with the other owner then, I guess.
I can confirm that.
Would you mind?
Yeah. They've talked and they're okay with it.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
what?
good. As long as
They've talked to the attached neighbor, and then no concerns from the attached neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
maybe he's going to
Can you
build
come up, sir?
even crazier.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew Orkin. I own the substantial property that is outlined by hand on the lane to the north of the proposal. My property is over 20 meters wide east-west and over 10 meters wide in the north-south dimension, over 2,000 square meters, on which we have a 180 square meter house. So it's a fully fledged house, which happens to be located on a lane. It's been there since the 1960s, but we're taxed as a full house, and this is by no means a laneway suite. It is a substantial Toronto property. Our street is the east-west lane to the north of Foxley. The character of that lane is currently all of the space between the north-south lane east of Grove and Grove Avenue has 2 properties on it, number 15 and 13 Grove, and our property, which is 15A. So our interest in that piece of laneway is that's our neighborhood. We are the neighborhood to the north of 4 or 5 houses, which are along Foxley. Up to now, our neighbors to the south over this very narrow lane, and I should emphasize that the narrow lane is 1 car wide. We have no sidewalks. We're about 2 meters north of our property line, our house, but the buildings being built or existing on the laneway are virtually right on the southern boundary of the laneway. So the character of...
What do you mean the buildings being built? Are there others beside this one at...
No, this is the first laneway suite that is being proposed for this section of laneway, which will be our neighbors to the south, but there are garages being built, or that have been, the existing garages that have been built or been renewed to our south.
Line?
Sorry?
Are the garages on the lot line?
No, the garages are on the permitted, I don't know what the technical term is for the line.
But there's a set, is there a set?
There's a setback which this committee has been engaged with up to quite recently on 42 and a half. Some, not more than a year ago, this committee required a setback for a new garage to be built to the immediate east of the proposed property now. Now, the overall development is, as was put bold, by one of the committee members as being bold and interesting, and we agree with that. We agree that this is a bold and interesting development and a welcome one in the neighborhood that will engage in excitement and important development in the neighborhood. But we have significant concerns about the laneway suite. Now, in discussion outside, the proponent said to us that what's being done on the laneway suite is as of right, and there really isn't anything we can do today in order to change what can be possibly done. We see a lot of attention having been put into the nature of this property facing south to do something interesting and exciting and enhancing. The proposal we received in December from the proponents facing to the north could just as well be a Home Depot or an IKEA metal box.
Oh, I see.
So our neighborhood on our street, which is the lane, isn't being enhanced by the project as proposed. We will be facing a steel box of far greater height than the current 4 or 5 existing garages. Now, we can't say to the committee we understand, we don't want that built to that height, because the city in its wisdom is permitting laneway suites to be built to a 6-meter height. What we would like is a consideration from the committee for the kind of design, interest, and compromise that is clearly being done on FOXLEY to be paid to our attention to the immediate north as a substantial property owner for whom that is our whole neighborhood. I'd like to associate myself, before closing, with the submission of Jessica Hawes and Adam Trotter, who are the owners of 40.5 FOXLEY Avenue. They're asking that the new laneway suite not be permitted to encroach a foot or two into the already very narrow de facto laneway line of garages.
You mean you want the laneway house to line up with the front of the garages?
With the existing de facto line of garages that are currently there. One of them having been a decision of this Committee of Adjustment with respect to a garage that is being built on a parking pad immediately to the east of the existing development. Now, obviously, the interest of the property owners is that their laneway house should be their laneway suite should be as far north as it can be, to give them as much yard property as they possibly can. But I have an interest to the north that it not do that.
Your time is up. Could you
Thank
wrap
you.
up?
I'll close just to say, if the good faith offer of the owners to engage in design excitement to the north, involving some kind of roofing around, they've sent us a sketch, but it isn't enough.
But we don't have any authority.
I understand that. I understand.
And I believe that the applicant is right in that they can build a laneway house to the lot line. So maybe that's an issue you can take up with your neighbor and maybe get some sort of agreement. I don't think that we have authority to do anything about it.
I'm grateful for you having heard me out, because perhaps it'll amplify my concerns with my new neighbor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Some improvement.
Mr. Galbraith?
There's also a gentleman here in support, if you'd like to hear from him, from 52 FOXLEY.
Well, I guess we can hear from him.
Be brief.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Iman Maidi, and I'm the owner of property located at 52 FOXLEY. Like Mr. Paul, I had the same concern once I received the letter. But luckily I had the chance to talk to the owner, going through the plans and the design. I think it is true that it's an old neighborhood, but it's right time for this neighborhood to also have a new look, and I think this property, based on the plans and the design I went through with the owner, I think hopefully is going to add value to the whole neighborhood in terms of look and aesthetics. That's why I decided to come and in fact be in favor of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No.
Part of our discussions in the hall is that we will make a good faith effort to continue to work with the neighbor on the design of the building. The design's not subject to any of the variances, but the owners are going to be living in the house, they're going to be neighbors, and they want to be good neighbors. And so, notwithstanding that I'm not sure what condition could be put on it, because there's no variance.
I just have a question.
Yeah.
But can you tell me, is it like drawing 208 and drawing 209 are the elevation of the laneway house? It seems that it's not a metal box. It seems to have a lot of articulation.
There is some articulation, yes.
Yeah. So you should maybe comfort your neighbor that it's not going to be just a metal box.
The initial, as it faces the north, it is a little boxy, frankly. It's a little more articulated towards the inside because of the design from the front of the house carrying through. But we're not married to it. You know, we're happy to continue to work on revise the designs within the restrictions of the Laneway Suites bylaw.
Oh, and you have, as of right, can build to the front lot line.
Yes. Yeah. So
is that going to be part of your discussions with the neighbor as well?
So it's set 1.5 meters back from the rear lot line, but that brings it about a foot in front of the existing wall of garages, which are set back farther.
Yeah, they're 2.2 and 2.45.
So we're talking about a foot?
About a foot.
Okay.
Ish.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Galbraith? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Sure, I'd put forward a motion to approve. I think that it is an interesting design and that's welcome. And the fact that at least the laneway suite was designed within the constraints of the bylaw. And I do appreciate the efforts that you're making in the public right-of-way in the front to put more green space at the front of the property. So I move to approve, subject to the general conditions from engineering services.
And forestry.
Forestry, F1.
And forestry.
Condition
Yeah,
number 1.
forestry condition number 1.
All right. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Clay seconds it. All in favor? Have your approval, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
For you, Mr. Chair, it's past 2:30. Do you want to vet the 2:30 so that the people that are in the room can maybe go out and while we're continuing with the 1:30 time slot?
Sure.
Okay. 2:30 list. All right, number 3250 Ashbury Avenue. Is the applicant here? All right, do we have any opposition to this list, to that application on Ashbury? None? Okay. Pardon?
We're just vetting the agenda. Just wants to see who's here.
All right, number 33709 Queen Street East. Right, any opposition? 435 Grace Street. Right, any opposition to Grace Street? Number 52 Ilsworth Avenue. Okay, any opposition to Ilsworth? 4645 Arlington Avenue. All right, any opposition to Arlington? No? 119 Brandon Avenue. Right, any opposition to Brandon? Nope. 3841 TIAGO Avenue. Right, any opposition to TIAGO? 6 McMaster Avenue. Applicant, any opposition to McMaster? 323 GLENAYR Road. Applicant, any opposition? And the last one at the 2:30 list is 162 CEDRIC Avenue. Applicant, any opposition? Good, thank you.
Oh, there's no?
Nobody need to go out.
Oh, this is a good.
Okay, so I believe the next one is number 24, 6 BRULE Gardens.
Yeah.
Are they here?
Yes.
Okay. So the purpose of this application is to alter the existing,
people who were here in opposition to Brule Gardens, if you can come and sit in this row, and if there's not enough seats, you can sit in the second row. And I don't know if there's more than you. No, that's it? Okay, sorry, Mr.
All right, the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by expanding the second floor above the existing first floor at the rear of the dwelling. And we have with this application material submitted by the applicant, staff reports from Urban Forestry and Conservation Authority. We have support from several people on Brule. We have interest and concern from 8 Brule, and we have opposition from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. And that's it. Your name, please.
My name's Maria Denegri. I'm the applicant for the file. My clients are also here today, as well as a couple of people that have concerns for the project. The requested variance is stated as a building or structure apart from an auxiliary building on that lot must be set back a minimum of 10 meters from the shoreline, hazard limit, or stable top of bank. Proposed addition is located at 0.4 meters from the zoning certificate says property line, but that is an error. It should say stable top of line. So the information that we have provided the committee shows that the top of slope is at a distance. The existing one-story sunroom is currently at the 0.4 meters from the line that is derived as this stable top of slope. And we are proposing to build on top of that, the sort of modest second floor addition. It should be noted that aside from this, the application is completely compliant. We're under in area, we're under in height, setbacks are...
Okay, but I remember some concerns about whether the soil is going to be able to take this addition, and they wondered if you were going to be shoring up.
So there is, the concerns were stated by both the neighbor at 8 Brule as well as a representative from Swansea, the area neighbors. They were not aware that a geotechnical report has been completed. That was part of our TRCA application, a full report. I'm not sure if you or any of the other committee members have had a chance to see it. I do have a copy of that report with me today.
No, I don't need
it's
I don't need to, because that will be looking after when you actually apply for permits.
Right, yeah. So as part of our due diligence, we have retained a geotechnical report. This was submitted as part of our full application to the TRCA. There has also been an arborist report done that details and outlines best practices on how to address the concerns of our neighbor at 8 Brule with regards to the health of the tree on his property. And these lists everything from ensuring that there's no equipment, mulch, and actually also digging by hand in order
Have you had discussions with your neighbor?
Yes, we have had discussions.
Have you been able to satisfy their concerns?
I think
Would you give them a copy of that report?
Yes, we will. That report is online, so they are able to download it, but I will also, in addition, provide a report. And as well, I have made assurances that the next steps or due diligence, once the committee comes to a conclusion, would be to provide the next reassurance, which would be that of a structural engineer that will ensure that the foundations are done properly.
Okay, thank you. Can we hear from neighbors? Are you going to speak separately?
Yes.
Okay, come forward. But
My name is Veronica Wynne. I'm the president of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, and we regularly review all the applications that come from our jurisdiction to this. And this is the one that actually causes a lot of concern because we've had a lot of experience with geotechnical engineering problems with a big plaza which caused $1.5 million worth of damage, and also on Riverside Drive where the slope imploded and caused damage to impacted the neighbouring buildings as well. So our concern was, as we have identified in our letter, which we contacted, informally to confirm our suspicions. We backed it up with expertise from architects and municipal lawyers and et cetera, et cetera. Our primary concern was that we didn't have a copy of the TRCA. It wasn't online, but anytime I checked it out, the geotechnical engineer or constructional engineer's report. So we were concerned, because the plan didn't seem to be in sync with what they were proposing. In fact, the foundation looked bigger than the plan indicated, and also especially at the top of the slope, the footings, to support the slope didn't seem to be enough, didn't go deep enough to support the new foundation. And this was confirmed by the architect and also by our lawyer that we consult with. When we were out discussing, which the applicant didn't reference, obviously, was she was prepared to. We hadn't seen any of the reports, so we were able to review them just outside. So I haven't had time to do a thorough investigation of that, of them. So she's going to give me a copy after this. But we would agree. And we said we would request that approval of this application would be conditional on the provision of new drawings, because it really needs structural drawings, because the drawings do. Yes, they do. So, because the footings are not deep enough for the foundation, and so would be conditional on the provision of new drawings indicating the following conditions: that the footings and the load-bearing column, if it exists at the southwest corner of the drawing of the application, that there would be drawings be submitted to the Swansea Area Ratepayers and the neighbour for the additions to be deeper and in sync with the depth of the new foundation. So at the moment they are on the drawing, they are not in sync with the depth of the foundation. And this would, because they are close to the slope, at the top of the slope, that would severely destabilize the slope and would also compromise the neighborhoods, the houses on either side. So I would I think the applicant agreed to this. I'm sorry that she didn't actually mention it in our discussion. So I would like you to ask her again if she is okay with this.
We'll have an opportunity to speak after.
Right. And so I repeat again, we request that approval be conditional on the provision of new drawings, and you can indicate the timeline in which to be provided to the neighbourhood, the neighbour, and also to Swansea Area Ratepayers to provide reassurance that the footings and the load-bearing structures will support the new foundation and also the second floor addition. So I think that's about it. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
You'd mentioned that the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association has received advice, legal advice, and from an architect.
No,
Is that something you commissioned, or?
No. It's I said in the letter it was informal. What we do as a ratepayer association, every time there's a committee of adjustment meeting, we automatically get them 20 days before, and so we go through them. So, and we say, whoopsie, and we've been doing this, our association is 90 years in existence, so we've been doing this for a long time. So we recognized immediately, but we didn't feel if we're going to make these revisions, we better get some backup concerns to support our concerns. So this is our opinion, supported by informal.
Right. Okay. That's why I just wanted to clarify, because I heard you say architect and lawyer.
Yeah. Well, the person we went to, it was an architect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Come up, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Mikola Zaloga. I'm from 8 BRULE Gardens.
Could you speak a little more slowly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple concerns. First one, this is AC. We have very loud air condition. So we ask our neighbor within 3 years, let's replace or buy new one, and we are ready to pay 50%, but he refused both. And we support second floor if he can replace that AC to the south side. This is one thing. And another thing, our oak tree. It's very old tree, like maybe more than 100 years old, and diameter maybe 80 centimeter. It's really good condition, but I check report what they got. It's different. We have another report. So that tree, if they do waterproofing and if they do full excavation, the roots of the tree gonna be damaged. So he can build, but he has to be responsible what happened after. Because
his dealings with the tree are going to be dealt with by urban forestry because they have a condition that they're asking for.
Yeah, but if something happened with trees died, so who gonna remove? Who gonna do this? It's gonna cost $1,000 and $1,000.
That's what we have lawyers for.
I mean?
That's why we have lawyers.
Oh, yeah.
If he damages your property, you go after him. Go to see a lawyer.
And again, about stability of the slope. That's it. This is concern.
Yeah.
About this one. The rest one is...
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, we have agreed to provide whatever documentation is necessary. I was not aware that the geotechnical was not part of the general information, so I will pass it on to the president and she can distribute.
Does your report address the issues Ms. Wynn talked about?
Yes, well, there's one concern with regards to the depth of the foundations and stability of the vent. That is part of structural expertise, and that is the next on the line, right? My clients are doing their due diligence, and we are following the kind of logical steps, procedures of an application, and that would follow next. Providing sort of approval, we move forward.
For you, Mr. Chairman, I think our committee here is to address the planning and the zoning issues. Anything other than that, we are not qualified or allowed to discuss.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So your agreement with Ms. Wynn has to be private.
Okay, got it. With the only thing I guess I would add is that we have received numerous letters of support for this application, and while those may not address the technical concerns that are the two speakers have stated, what they do speak to is the kind of confidence in the character of the clients, and that they are taking the measures required to do this carefully and fulfill all the requirements. So if that is a kind of reassurance, perhaps, to the committee that all this, the kind of required next steps would be followed, then.
Your client has a difficult problem here. We're not questioning the character of your client. So.
Okay.
But this is something that ratepayers and neighbors need to be concerned about.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Unless somebody has any further questions, do we have a motion?
No, I've looked at this quite carefully. The addition appears to be, it is on top of an existing footprint. It's modest in scope, I think, relative to the size of the lot, relative to the location. I'm pretty confident that, as the proponent goes through the application process and through building permit, that geotech and engineering will have to be done to the satisfaction of the city. So I think it's a reasonable proposal. I know the neighborhood. I don't think it's out of character at all. And I would put forward a motion to approve this application. Is there conditions? Forestry conditions?
Forestry number 2.
Forestry to, subject to forestry condition number. You're aware of that condition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe the next one's number 29, 45 BINSCARTH Road. Pardon? I haven't.
She knew about it.
Yeah, I don't have either.
I have.
That's the.
Well, it might have been advisory.
Yeah, you have taught. Yeah, I don't have. It's a report that the TLC within. They have satisfied those anyway.
Okay, the purpose of this application.
Sorry, Chair, what are we on?
No,
If you don't need it, you
forestry,
don't need it.
No, this new one. What are we on?
Number 29, 45 BINSCARTH Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by relocating the front entrance, constructing a front 3-story addition, and constructing a rear 2-story addition. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. And we have staff reports from Urban Forestry and Heritage Preservation. We have opposition from 41 and 48 BINSCARTH Road. So you're in opposition? Any other people in opposition? Just you? Okay. Go ahead, please. Let us have your name.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Robin Heater. I'm from Robin Heater Architect, Inc. I'm the agent for the client who are with me today. I have a few things to hand out as I'm speaking. Is that okay? My client's proposal is to accommodate a large blended family. It is their dream home, forever home. They fell in love with the house upon sight and saw the potential for it. There has been no renovations on the house since 1986, when a back addition on the east side was built for our new kitchen. As you can see in the memorandum provided by Heritage Preservation Services, we worked with them to develop a proposal that meets the heritage requirements for a Type C building within the HCD and considers the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada. We met with the North Rosedale Residents Association, whom we understood represented the neighborhood, to ensure that they were supportive of the proposal as well. Their support was confirmed in an email chain from HPS on November 7th, 2019, which is, I have copies here.
So, yeah, this is a...
I've highlighted the clause that identifies the support of the North Rosedale Residents Association.
Yeah, this is... Are these copies?
Those are copies. There's 6 copies there.
So this is a chain of emails terminating November 7th, in which the NRRA indicates it's supportive.
Correct.
Right.
City planning has raised no concerns about the proposal. All landscaping zoning requirements are met and trees are maintained, which is an important consideration. On 2 occasions, my client met with their neighbor to the east to discuss the proposal and assure them that all efforts would be made to make the construction process as minimally impactful as possible. During those meetings, the east neighbor did not raise objections to the proposal. There's no neighbor directly to the west that would be impacted by this proposal, as seen in the west viewscape. I have copies as well.
No, we're okay with the overhead.
I'll show you another one of just the streetscape as well.
I don't think we need a presentation.
Okay, so have you spoken to the neighbor here?
We have, yes.
Yeah, and have you reached an agreement or is there still opposition?
We have not reached an agreement.
Okay. All right, so let us hear from him and then we'll.
You don't want me
have
to
you back.
continue?
Pardon?
You don't want me to continue? Okay.
We've reviewed the application
Yeah.
in detail.
We actually have read all these things that you including your latest letter.
Come forward, sir.
Good afternoon.
Your name and your address?
My name is Robert Blunt. I'm a land use planner at the law firm Bennett Jones. And I'm here on behalf of the neighbor that's most impacted. So the neighbor to the east, 47 BINSCARTH.
Are these your clients?
Yes. And unfortunately, they submitted their comments to the committee later yesterday afternoon, and they weren't put online, but I have copies of them. So I understand the committee has a different process now, but when they can accept things.
All right. Just, you could tell us what your client's concerns are.
Everybody else in the room, we're going paperless, so if you can email things well in advance of the hearing, it's very helpful for the committee members.
There are copies? Okay. The letter dated January 28th, 2020 from Nancy and John McFadden, 87 BINSCARTH Road.
The neighbor to the east.
Yeah.
And 58 BINSCARTH is more or less directly across the street.
Okay, so there's a email from 58 BINSCARTH Road, also with concerns. It's dated January 29th at 8:25. Okay, let us hear. Are you representing Mr. and Mrs. Rowley too? Rowley?
I wouldn't say I'm representing them, no.
Okay. Let us hear your client's concerns.
Okay, good afternoon. Obviously, there's a little bit of history and context to this application. So to help with going through the variances that are noticed on the note, are noted on the notice. So I'm going to go through a little bit of context and then I'll go through the variance items just to give you the background. So the key thing to consider is for our client, 47 BINSCARTH, they're directly beside 45 BINSCARTH, and right now there's obviously an existing condition where the 45 BINSCARTH is set back, I think, 0.4 meters from the property line for about 30 feet. was a Committee of Adjustment decision in 1980, which was a compromise that the committee came up with, recognizing the windows that were on the property at 47 BINSCARTH. The committee conditionally approved a variance to put a jog in the building at the front. The committee also noted that that was the parking spot directly beside the east wall of the house. So it was a conditional approval that recognized this tight condition. So what is now being offered today, and we'll go through the variances, is an elimination of the jog. So, the jog dealt with the overlook, dealt with circulation, and it deals with overbuild of the property. Now, in terms of the height, yes, the existing building in parts exceeds the bylaw permissions. Obviously, we're not objecting to anything that's existing. In fact, that's not a big part of the objection. Where the issue comes up is the second set of variances that deal with the gables and the height. You'll notice that there's a variance request to take the building from 7.5 meters, and let's call it the jut outs of the building, the gables, the character of the building, and are requesting 10.6 meters, I believe, and 10 meters in the rear. So an additional story. So 2 stories are permitted to a certain height of 7.5 meters, but the 3rd story addition, which is obviously a real key issue on the east side of the property. The next issues in terms of depth of the building, setback from the front of the property line, we're not going to pretend that those are the big issues that are going to impact the neighbors. The building's slightly longer than the bylaw allows. It's not the key issue. Again, the key issue is the overbuild and definitely filling in the east side of the property. Now, in terms of the GFA, the building that's out there today is legal conforming. So it's a little misleading when, and they haven't done it on purpose, it's just the way the notice reads, to make it seem like, well, the building is already at a certain condition. Well, the building's at a condition of 0.5 times FSI. So they're asking to more than 50% additional FSI on this building. The building was approved in 80, and as they said, there was an expansion in 86, which predates them, but the house was there when they bought it. It's obviously a cottage when you look at the unusual shape of the property. It was a cottage that was related to the building that's set back behind it. So it was a deliberate severance to create a cottage property. It was recognized in 1980 by the committee for certain expansion, and we're asking that the committee looks at it from that perspective today.
What do you mean by a cottage?
It was the cottage property for the bigger area for several other houses. If you notice, when you look at the lot pattern, there's almost a house behind a house, and there's a giant lot. And this lot is more of a postage size stamp, right? Postage stamp size.
Okay.
So that's what was considered. It is a smaller lot. We're not arguing the lot's too small, but that's the history, that's the character.
But the lot affects the
FSI
index.
Yes, yeah. The lot was bigger, then the request wouldn't be as great.
Yeah.
It's also, I found it interesting that, they talked about, well, don't worry about the west side of the property because it doesn't impact anyone to the west. But that's not where you propose the addition. You are inadvertently acknowledging we proposed the addition on the side of the property that most impacts a neighbor.
So condition is number 6 the one that your client finds offensive with respect to the front of the house?
It would be 6 for sure with the setback, but it also relates to condition 2. Right, because that talks about how you fill in the box. So they're asking to fill in the box footprint, but they're also asking to go up 3 stories where the bylaw would allow, within the bylaw parameters, 2 stories as right. They're asking for a 3rd in addition.
But what is opposite this part of this building and your client's property?
The client's house with windows.
Yeah.
So it's a solid wall.
Your client has 2 stories?
3.
Okay. So how close are the houses?
Well, their house I'm going to say the existing house for 30 feet is set back a foot, several inches. They're asking to build out another 15 feet with that same setback. Actually, and I thought they were going to speak to it. It's an error to say they want 0.0. I believe it's actually 0.04.
So
It's almost nothing.
What will be
So-
the distance between the proposed and to the next?
And almost all of the 99% of that 2 meters is on our client site.
Okay. Any further?
No,
Any questions?
I don't know if others want.
Yeah, does anybody else want to?
Oh, I have a question. Just I don't remember what year you said that they had the last committee of adjustment approved.
There's a part of the Committee of Adjustment file is a 1980 decision.
1980.
1980. That speaks
That is
to.
where they had the job.
That's when, yes. And they talk about that is where because they eliminated the garage back then. So the committee conditionally approved the jog to respect the neighbor's property and said, you put your car there. Because obviously now, if they build up forward, the car may be on part of the city's boulevard, but it'll be in front of the house.
Yeah, I see. I just want to know what. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? If not, we can have the applicant back to rebut what's been said.
He said that, but then I did not remember.
I'm just going to put a photo up of the... That might clarify why garage. Just to clarify the point about the front wall height, the existing front wall right now is approximately 9.25 meters high, so it's already exceeding the 7.5 meter. As the opposition noted, it is a smaller lot. It was a cottage to the larger house to the rear, so we are dealing with a smaller lot. The zero setback is because we've taken one of the architectural features of the house and recreated on the addition. So the buttresses that you're seeing on the existing house is actually the 0 lot line setback, and our main wall, which is the remainder of 3.72 meters, is the wall setback 320 millimeters, so over a foot. We did do some preliminary shadow studies while we were doing the project to see what kind of light impact we might have. I've put together a preliminary showing just 3 times, March 21st, June 21st, and September 21st. The red is the net new shadowing.
Hard to see.
It is hard to see. I've got copies here, which might be easier to see.
Red. Even red. Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Last page.
Oh, I see. Because they're pink.
So this is a preliminary. We don't have We're working from a 3D Toronto massing model. So these are based on referencing photographs in that 3D model to try and determine the heights.
So the red part represents?
The red part represents the net new shadow.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know if you're continuing, or can I ask a question? Did I hear you say that where this area of concern is now is adjacent to a garage?
Yes, the first level is a garage. And I believe there's some living spaces above.
Oh, okay, so, gotcha.
Our addition also is set back from the front line of the existing house, and we remain set back from the neighbor's house as well.
You just summarize the impact of this shadow study on your neighbor's property?
Yes, so it looks like from the preliminary study we've done that the majority of the shadowing, which is, in my opinion, minimal, is happening in March, the late afternoon of March and September.
And what portion of their house?
So it would, the dormers are not shown on there, but they would affect the dormer windows.
You have more to say, or do we have any questions?
What's the function of that front addition?
The ground floor is storage. We weren't able to make it large enough for a car, and Heritage doesn't permit front-facing garages in the district. And then the upper two are for the blended family bedrooms.
How many members are there in the family?
6.
We move on. We have a motion.
You guys.
Yeah, maybe we go into committee.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's in an area with significant sized houses anyway, and I mean, for me, looking at the plans, the impact of the back addition is quite large, and the one in the front obviously is of greater concern to the neighbors, but I think from my view, the incremental impact of that is pretty small. It's not a huge footprint of an addition. So I'd be inclined to support it.
Are you making, is that a motion?
No, I'm just...
No, I was just,
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't hear any major concerns, frankly, about the back.
Yeah.
Back, it's not a big property like that big. Not terrible.
That's my main thing too. Yeah. 1980 is like 36, 40 years ago. Things that...
That's before we were born.
Almost. But so I'm thinking that, of course, people are not very used to or good at addressing changes. It's been empty for 40 years, and suddenly you think that there's a big thing coming up. That's why it caused concern. But I think that in between the houses, it's still got 2.2 meter. And I think that is quite a distance. In many houses, you don't even have that. So, yeah.
Main floor being raw. So
Mm-hmm.
And the addition is still behind the front.
and it's in
wall of the
keeping,
neighbor.
the facade.
Mm-hmm.
It's, architecturally in keeping with the
And then I think architecturally, they try to sort of work with the current style and inconsistent with the massing, where they break it down into a few portions, boxes. And then I think we break down the size of the house. So I'm in support of it, if anyone wants.
So
do we have a motion?
I'd put forward a motion to approve subject to the heritage condition of review of the final drawings.
Okay.
I
Do
will
we have a
second
seconder?
that.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you. Why don't we move on to the 230 list? Perhaps we could deal with the 330 list. Yeah, 330 list is short. I'm going to vet the 330 list, so those people that are in opposition and the applicants can go out and try and see if they can resolve the issue. Number 42307 Harvard Street, the applicant here. Here. All right, any opposition? No. 4321 Craven Road. Applicant? All right, any opposition on Craven? 4424 Winnett Avenue. Applicant? Pardon me, 214 Winnett. Oh, okay. Any opposition on Winnett? Nope. 45607 CARLAW Avenue. Applicant? All right, any opposition on CARLAW? Okay, don't go out. Okay, number 3250 Ashbury Avenue. Okay, the purpose of this application is to widen the existing driveway and construct a front yard parking pad on a lot containing a one-story detached dwelling. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from transportation, staff reports from planning, transportation, and urban forestry.
Hi.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Mehdi Galetaki, and I'm representing on behalf of my sister, which is the landlord.
Right.
We have been through a lot of communication.
Just a minute. Pardon?
No.
No, I don't think we
I don't
need
think
a
we need the
presentation.
presentation.
Yeah, we don't need a presentation in this case. Okay, does anybody have any questions, or are we ready?
Thank
for
you,
a
thank you. I'm okay with this one, actually. I don't have any notes that, I haven't flagged anything.
Just as a, so variance one has been withdrawn, right? For the landscaping, they're going to comply with the landscaping.
Oh, it's only the parking.
It's just the front yard parking. That's
parking.
And then there was urban forestry, and then condition from right-of-way management to remove the hardscaping in the boulevard next to the driveway.
And just confirming that you have shifted the location of the parking space. Before it was side to side, and now it's...
Correct. That is correct.
And they're good with the planning is good with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have a motion?
So I will move for approval with the first forestry condition number 1, and the request by
Right-of-way management, just for the widened portion of the driveway in the boulevard. They just want that little strip removed so that it's just as wide as the curb cut.
As described by...
Sorry, can I talk about that part? So because the entire application that we submitted initially was to widen the driveway.
Through you, Madam Chair, you can widen the drive. What that condition will do is it allows you to widen the driveway on your portion of the property, but not on the city portion of the property.
How wide is it allowed? Because we went through the bylaws and it said we are allowed to pave it like a 50% of the...
As long as you comply with whatever the requirement is, you're fine. You don't have a variance for that because you're going to have this landscaping. So as long as you have the required landscaping, that's fine. You can have the widened portion on your driveway, provided it complies.
Yes.
The portion on the boulevard where the city owns the land, you have to just have it the width of the existing curb cut. They will tell you when you have, before you get your permits to have the inspector come out and check, you'll talk to right-of-way management and they'll show you what you need to do.
Yeah, but that was the existing one. We already had that one. That's why we applied to a little bit.
Now you're having a park, if the committee approves this, you have a parking space on private property, and this is the condition of having that private space. If you want to, again, then go afterwards and get for a boulevard parking space, that's a different process, and you'll have to talk to right-of-way management.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they told us different story, but okay, I agree with you, sure.
With that two conditions, I move for approval.
All right. You have a seconder?
I'll second that, yeah.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Number 33, 709 Queen Street East. And the purpose of this application is to maintain the existing two-story patio with exterior stairs at the rear of the existing two-story building, a restaurant. This application was previously approved through minor variance in 2016, I guess, for a period of 3 years expiring on November 30th, 2019. And before us on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and staff report from planning. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Paul Johnston. I'm here on behalf of the owner of the numbered company, the applicant. Would you like a presentation from me on this?
I don't think. So this one, this is, your client has been there for 3 years with this patio has been there for 3 years?
Yes, the property was acquired early in that time period, and this owner did construct an approval given to a previous owner, and I was involved in that.
Okay. So,
and are you aware of city planning, community planning's recommended conditions?
I am. I've seen those conditions, and the applicant is content with those, and I believe they carry forward the conditions that were imposed in 2016, and the patio was operated, as I understand it, successfully and without any issues with its neighbors during that time frame. I think it's appropriate to bring those forward. I think the lifting the time limitation is also appropriate in this situation.
okay. So if there are no further questions, we have a motion.
I put forward a motion to approve this per the 4 conditions of the January 15th community planning letter.
Do we have a seconder?
I second it.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval, sir.
Thank you very much.
Number 34, 435 Grace Street. Purpose of this application is to convert an existing two-story detached dwelling into 3 dwelling units by constructing a third-story addition rear and side, two-story addition, a new rear yard, ground floor deck, and front and rear second story, and third-story balconies. The secondary suites, Unit 2 and Unit 3, will be located on the second floor and third floor. And before us on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and 5 form letters in support. Your name, sir?
Craig Race, the applicant.
Race, right.
Yes.
Okay, so do we need anybody need a presentation?
I don't need it.
Okay. So do you have any questions of Mr. Race, or can we move to a motion?
I'd be happy to move a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought this was a well put together package, and you have obvious strong support from your neighbors, and I think it's a reasonable redevelopment of a relatively sizable lot. So I would put forward a motion to approve.
Seconder?
I agree to that, and I second it.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 35, 52 Ilsworth Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter a two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition over an existing one-story rear addition. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have your name, sir.
Yes, my name is Leslie Endis from Endis Design, and I'm here to represent the owners.
Well, I don't think we need a presentation on this one either. Does anybody have any questions? Or can we move to a motion?
Chairs looks pretty straightforward. I think fairly minor variances. I'd put forward a motion to adopt and approve.
Second that.
Seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 36, 45 Arlington Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by expanding the rear second-story balcony and constructing a covered rear yard patio. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and support from 92 Hills Ford Road. Your name, please.
Yep, my name is Carol Nguyen. I'm the authorized agent for 45 Arlington. We believe the project and the variances we are seeking are minor in nature. If a presentation is required, I'll give one.
I don't think so.
I don't think it looks pretty straightforward.
I have a question, though. I know one of the neighbors had expressed some concern.
Yeah.
Especially partly because of the height of this ancillary structure, but also with the black walnuts falling down. Have you had any further conversations with that neighbor?
We have chatted with her.
Yeah.
She has concerns that the walnuts will fall, but we have an eaves on the back of the slope that will redirect water and walnuts as they roll down.
Okay.
It's okay.
She still
Or
has
not.
concerns, but we did what we can to prevent the walnut from projecting into her yard.
I'd put forward a motion.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. I mean, the actual construction on the house is just a few feet of the balcony.
Yeah.
And I think canopies like this in the backyard are pleasant spaces. So I would put forward a motion to approve, subject to urban forestry condition number 2.
Seconder?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 37, 119 Brandon Avenue. The applicant for Brandon Avenue here? Okay, let's move on to number 38. Come back to Brandon, 41 TIAGO Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new two-story dwelling with an integral garage and a rear yard covered deck. And on this application, we have before us material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and a 7-signature petition in support. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon. I'm Trevor Gain. I'm the agent here for the owners.
Looks like we don't need a presentation on this one either. Looks pretty minor.
It's a forestry condition. And my opinion, the size and the massing seem to be in keeping with the neighborhood. Yeah, I would put forth a motion for approval with the forestry condition number 3.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Number 39, 6 McMaster Avenue. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a third-story addition and a rear two-story addition with a rear deck. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from planning, and opposition from 12 and 8 McMaster Avenue. So,
Yeah, I'm Ferdinand Wagner, the agent for the applicant, and this is Beth Sines from number 8 McMaster. The objection.
Just a minute. You're on behalf of the applicant?
Yeah.
Ms. Symes?
I'm Beth Symes, and I'm here for my husband and myself, and we've got great news.
You've made a deal.
We've made a deal, we think. And so...
So could you just sit down?
No, we can go ahead if that would be appropriate. We have, the front facade has been changed, which met the objections of the planning people. And just outside here, to meet our objections, the owners, Dr. Kim and Ms. Sue, have agreed to reduce the size of the rear extension. We have amended plans here that have been initialed by all 4 owners.
So how does it affect the variances?
It reduces the amount of variance needed.
Okay, please tell us which variances you're going to delete or which ones you're going to change.
Well, let me be clear about this is that the...
Just a minute. Ms. Symes is the neighbor was opposing this. She's at 8?
I'm at 8.
Master?
So...
It's a little unusual for you to come up, the opposition to come up and make the presentation. Mr. Wagner should be making it. However,
we have an agreement.
Continue.
So this is a plan that the changes have been marked and initialed by all 4 owners.
Well, how does it affect the variances, though? Let's deal with number 1.
Okay.
You're going to have a floor space index of 0.943. Is that still the same?
Yeah, there were 2 variances. The floor space index goes down a bit.
So we have to have exact number.
Yeah.
Yes, we don't have those because we've just agreed, and we
hold your application down till you get the exact numbers.
I don't think we can do that. Here's my process solution. That I will file the agreement, and that the owners have agreed to submit amended plans within 7 days, and those will have the calculations that you require.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you can't deal with a decision without knowing what the variances are. So if you want to take the time to do the calculations now and amend the variances, then we can hear it today. Otherwise, it will have to be deferred.
Yeah.
Well, I know the impact already. The height variance is the same, which was 10.
Right, so we need to, so what's the GFA is changing?
And the floor area is 3 meters less square meter.
Okay, so if you can sit down, figure out what that is in the floor space indexes and what the actual square meters will be.
Why don't we just stand this down then? Thanks.
And then,
okay,
yeah.
I'll calculate, okay.
Great.
We'll call you again. At number 40, 323 Glenair Road. Glenair here? Okay. Purpose of this application is to alter the approved building permit plans for a 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage. Is under construction by adding a rear 1-story addition. And we have before us on this application material submitted by the applicant and support from 318 Glenair Road. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Liebrack. I'm here on behalf of the owners. I don't have anything further to add unless you have questions.
Well, we went through the file. It's pretty minor, right? You're adding 12 square meter.
An additional 3 feet to the...
So what's the reason for it?
During construction, the owner wanted to expand that addition by 3 feet. And in order to do that, we had to come back to committee.
Yeah, I see. That's just want to have more space.
It's a little unusual for me, but the owner insisted that she wanted that, and so I let her know that this is the process.
Yeah. No, it's only because it's still under construction. I just very soon that they come back.
I know. But I do feel it is minor, and the neighbors have no objection, and there's no impact. I
Still
think.
under construction, or it's not completed yet, is it?
It's near completion.
So the extension has already been roughed in?
Extension is already constructed.
It's already roughed in.
It's already constructed.
So we get into more of the truth.
I am afraid I'm here to represent their interest. They didn't ask my opinion.
Well, again, you can
I understand the
appreciate
problem.
that not customary. You can appreciate
not.
that kind of ticks people off when people go ahead, do something, and then kind of beg for forgiveness after.
I agree, and I'm not involved in this this is very unusual for me.
Okay, so do you have any further questions, Mr. Liebrock, or are we going to have a motion?
Squirm a little bit more.
Yeah.
He didn't do it.
Well, I didn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Apologize. I didn't.
As I said before, I consider it's minor. Yeah, I just wanted to know the reason, and then you explain very well, and then I'm willing to put forth a motion to approve. Any condition? No, there's no condition.
Okay.
Condition second.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval, Mr. Liebrock.
Thank you so much, Donald.
Yeah, this makes, yeah.
Okay, so to complete the three, this is 230 list. We go back to 37119 Brandon Avenue. You're here. Okay. Okay, the purpose of this application is to alter an existing two-story townhouse by constructing a rear two-story addition. And on this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant only. Okay, so I don't think we need a presentation on this. Does anybody have any questions?
Not really.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'd put forward a motion. There's only the one variance being requested, and I think it's a reasonable extension of a small home on a small lot. Sorry, could you just give your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Pebbles Correa. I'm the owner of 119 Brandon Avenue.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, do we have a seconder for Mr. Reed's motion?
I'll second that, yeah.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Number 39, 6 McMaster Avenue.
Still calculating, I think.
But there's one on the next page, Don. Number 41.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right, number 41, 162 Cedric Avenue. The applicant here? Yes, okay. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by reconstructing the front porch and constructing a second and third-story addition with a rear second-story balcony and a front yard parking pad. And with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, email correspondence from planning and transportation, and a staff report from urban forestry. Your name, sir?
My name is Joe Battaglia. I'm the architect representing the owner.
Okay. Perhaps you have a lot of variances. Could you tell us about this project?
A lot of these variances have to do with the existing building.
So perhaps you could tell us which ones are existing and which ones are new.
The front yard setback is existing.
What number is that? Yeah, number 2?
That's number 2.
Mm-hmm.
The side yard setbacks are existing.
That's 3.
Number 3.
4? 3.
Yeah, number 3. Maximum height of the first floor above finished grade.
That's the interesting, right?
This is a minor variance.
Mm-hmm.
The parking space is something that they wanted, so that they went through the discussions with planning, and they agreed to what the configuration we have. A floor space index obviously is going to be a little bit more, which is number 7. And the roof eaves, because of the side yard setbacks, the roof eaves are are very difficult to deal with. So that variance is almost as a result of the proximity to the side yards. So the vehicle parked, the other ones there appear to be sort of repetitive. The second York zoning bylaw. So that's basically the gist of it. Unless there are any other questions.
Yeah, so this application was before the board last year?
And we shrunk the floor space index down to acceptable one, I believe, what was it? 1 times, was it? I can't remember.
So, yeah, can you just briefly go over the changes that you made since then? So you shrunk down the floor, and was this in consultation with community planning?
Let me look at the floor space index.
Okay.
Okay, the maximum floor space index is 0.8 times the area of the lot. We had, I think, at the previous, I think 1.2 or 1.3 times.
Okay.
So we shrank it back down to 0.98, which was below the 1 times, which planning was asking us to do, and which we did.
Looks like you maybe got rid of some of the other proposed variances from before. I think there's a lower number of variances.
We got rid of a few, yeah.
Okay.
But you're not seeking an overall height variance, right? You're within the walls, the side walls need a variance, but an overall height, you okay?
Yeah, I think we reduced that, yeah.
And just tell us about the parking. So there's a whole bunch of variances about parking. So what are you planning to do?
We're cutting the front of the building back to get the size of parking that is acceptable.
So you're cutting the size of the front of the building so you can put a full-size parking pad on the front?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you get the approval for
further questions, or do we have a motion?
I'm fine with this. I was just looking at the conditions, if there are any conditions.
Yeah, forestry, yeah.
Forestry 1.
Just the forestry?
Yeah, yes. 1 condition.
Okay, I'll move approval of this application, subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay.
All right, seconder?
Oh, I'll second it.
All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so number 39, 6 McMaster Avenue.
It's still calculating.
All right, so let's go on to the 3:30 list. Maybe we deal with the, is it 4 o'clock? 4 o'clock list. We'll vet the 4 o'clock list. Number 46, 112 Wheeler Avenue, applicant here. Yes, any opposition to Wheeler? Yes, okay, we're going to hold that one. Perhaps you could go out and try and resolve the issues. 47, 382 Dovercourt Road. Are you the applicant? Yes. Is there any opposition to Dovercourt Road?
Got a deferral request.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we are not.
Okay, so this is a deferral's being requested. All right, well, perhaps you could talk about it, see if it can resolve the issues, and you don't have to defer it, or you can agree to a deferral. Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll finish the 3:30 list and the 2:30 list. All right, 48, 673 and 671 Huron Street. Applicant, yes. Any opposition to Huron? Yes, okay. Perhaps we'll hold that, and perhaps you can go out and try and settle that matter. Number 49, 41 Summerhill Gardens. Mr. Sprague, anybody on Summerhill? Okay, so perhaps you could go out and try and resolve your issues. Okay, so we still don't have 6 McMaster is not.
Two more on the.
You have 2 more. we have 2 more items to go through.
They keep doing that.
Are they back?
All right, number 50, 6 Edmund Gate. Oh, you're back? Okay, just hang on. I just want to finish this list.
Edmund Gate is here.
50 Edmund Gate, okay. Is there anyone else on Edmund Gate? No opposition? Okay, number 51, 51 Myrtle Avenue. Yes, any opposition to Myrtle? No, okay. All right, please come forward, McMaster.
Yeah, thank you. I just met with the neighbor next door, and we were requested to do an accurate calculation of the impact, and it's dangerous doing it this way. So what we want to do is get a deferral just to do the correct calculations.
All right, but you understand it's going to be like 3 months before we can get you back on the list.
Do you think it'd be that long?
Yes. You notice there was 51 applications today, so there's lots of stuff.
And you'll have to pay.
I'm sorry?
You have to pay for the deferral fee too.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
You'll probably have another hour or so.
You gotta do it on computer, that's the trouble.
But can I ask, as a labor lawyer, would you do something slightly irregular and adjourn at sine die to come back in a week's time? I know it's acceptable.
Never heard of sine die and the adjustments, unfortunately.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you defer it in a week's time, it's a different committee that would be dealing with it. Plus, we have a full agenda, and usually it's 3 months. That's what everybody has an opportunity to have their application heard the first time. So, unfortunately.
Just in response, that's not very practical, is that we've, in goodwill, reached an agreement, and all you want are the numbers, which will be less.
But usually,
Chair, it's the written decision that's relied upon. If I don't have the figures, I don't have a decision. So we need the figures.
Given that it's an agreement, whether it's before a different committee in 7 days, this will be a I'm trying to...
I appreciate what you're trying to do, but unfortunately, usually this is maybe the first time that the parties haven't been able to come up with the figures. So usually there's an architect or somebody who can come up with figures. And,
well, we just made this arrangement now, so you...
No, I appreciate that, but...
well, may I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? If we're talking about the gross floor area, the floor space index, okay? So if we were to leave it the way it is, and we come in for a permit application after, which is less area, there's not a problem.
Wouldn't think so. Yeah.
No, we don't agree.
Well, no, they're agreeing to
We don't agree to that process.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Defer for 3 months.
Yeah, if you can get your agreement with the numbers in a week or so, get in touch with Ms. McLeod, and you may be back on.
If we write on the application that it's on consent, would that...
Oh.
Yeah, well, it helps to know that there's an agreement.
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So I will put forth a motion for deferral and subject to deferral fees and to the maximum of 3 months. You have to come back.
Okay.
All right, second for the motion. All in favor?
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. 330 list, number 42, 307 Harvard Street. No, I don't drink coffee. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by removing the second-story rear addition and providing interior alterations, converting the building to mixed use. The ground floor will be used as office space. The basement will be used for ancillary storage in conjunction with the office use, and the second story will be residential. Along with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and opposition correspondence from 313 Harvard Street. Your name, please.
Hi, my name is Wanda Ely. I'm an architect and I represent the owner.
Okay, all right, you have quite a few variances. Could you just give us a brief
Absolutely.
overview of these variances?
Yes. So I'd like to start by saying that we actually are not putting any addition on this building. In fact, we're removing a portion of the building. So these variances are really because we're changing the use to commercial, and as a result, these variances popped up, and many of them cannot even really be satisfied just because of the physical lot. So the first variance of the 2 parking spaces. Fabian, can you put the site plan up, please? There is actually no space, as you'll see here. Fabian, if you could point to the parking space. Yeah, that's where the rear of the house, and there's only room, as you can see, for 1 spot. The next variance about waste and recyclable material stored in a wholly enclosed building. I think we could propose a wholly enclosed structure, but I think then we won't meet our soft landscaping requirement in the back. So really, this is just the result of this typology of a commercial building being a house. We actually do have some supporting material, which I'll show you in a second, and I'm sure you're aware as Torontonians of the typical typology along streets like Harbert Street and Roncesvalles that have houses that have been converted to commercial use, either just the ground floor or both floors. Which does lead me to the next point about the ramp, which actually is, Fabian, if you could put up the slide of the ramp that meets OBC requirements. This is to illustrate.
It will be, I know, it will be there 1 to 2.
It's impossible. Yeah, and the zoning requires actually even a gentler slope. But even with this one, it's physically impossible to put a ramp that meets the minimum code requirements and hits the door. So this is just an illustration to show that we just don't have the room to make a ramp, and this would look pretty ridiculous on the street as well. Fabian, if you wouldn't mind putting up the slide that shows the other buildings on Harbert Street, all of a similar typology.
Mm-hmm.
We've shown this is within a couple of blocks. All of these buildings on Harbor that are very similar, semi-detached or detached dwellings where there is residential, and you can see that none of them have a ramp or any sort of wheelchair accessibility. So
those residential or commercial?
That's mixed. Same with ours. We're on Harvard as well, just down the street.
But those the barrier-free ramp and all, it's not part of what we are looking at as a committee, right? It's only raised by one of the neighbors about accessibility, and I think that you have to address that later when you apply for permit or something. I do not think it's part of the variances in front of us.
Well, it does. It is listed as a variance for number 6B.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up as well. And
6B?
Correct.
Yes, 6B variance.
For any non-residential use, the floor level of the first story must have a pedestrian access by a ramp which rises no more than 0.04 meters vertically for every 1 meter.
I have that as number 4 in my
Number
file.
4, yeah, I have a different number. Oh, okay, we have it number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I may be reading something.
All right.
I'm sorry.
It's our variance number 4, I think.
Okay, I got you, yeah.
I wasn't actually even aware of this variance before this project. I thought the ramps were always about the code, but...
yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, me too.
I jumped into the question too early. But was it totally residential before?
It was, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if for example, you got relief from the bylaw through a variance on the ramp here, when you went for a building permit, would you similarly get relief, or how would that happen?
I believe we would. I think that when it is a unit that is under 300 square meters that you're exempt from the accessibility requirements.
Oh, okay.
Okay, carry on.
And then Fabian, if you go back to the site plan, please, it's the parking space, the next variance that says that we need a 0.5 meter setback from the lot line. We are showing, Fabian, if you can point to where we're showing what our variance is, we're asking for 0.2. Can you point to it, please? With your finger. Point to where we're showing 0.2 meter setback.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just impossible. We'll either miss that. We try to adhere to the 0.5 meter setback on one side, and that put us to 0.2 on the other. If we met the 0.5 on that side, we would be asking for a variance for the side lot setback. It's just in this lot not possible to get a parking space with the required setbacks. And then this one with the main wall of a building has openings or windows. It must be 5.5 meters from a lot line. And this is an existing building and it's only the 1.8 meters away from the lot line. So that's another one that's just impossible to comply to.
So most of the constructions really involve the internal alteration, really.
100% new windows, but otherwise we're not doing anything. It's just a change of use that triggered all of these.
Okay.
So I'm quite satisfied, and I think that they make good use of this existing building. And then on Harbour Street, this is a very typical thing that was a mix of commercial and residential. I'm in favor of the proposal. I'm willing to move for approval. There's nothing, right? No condition.
Yeah. I'll second that. All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 43, 21 Craven Road. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing 1.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a staff report from Urban Forestry. Your name, please.
My name's Jennifer Turner. I'm the architect of record on 21 Craven Road.
I don't think we need a presentation on this.
Pretty minor.
It's pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does anybody have any questions, or do we have a motion?
Not many questions.
Somebody bring a motion.
Your turn.
Yeah, it's a pretty skinny house, huh? So, I think you're right. It's fairly minor. The requested variances are quite minor, and I'm happy to move approval.
Forestry. That's a
Forestry number 2.
Of course, with forestry number 2 as a condition.
You have a seconder?
I second that.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 44, 214 Winnett Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition and rear ground floor deck. And before us in this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence in support from 279 Atlas Avenue and 9 form letters in support. Your name, sir?
Hi, my name is Mike De Oliveira. I'm here representing 214 Winnett Avenue from Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation on this matter. Does anybody have any questions? Do we have a motion?
It's a very minor series of minor variances. I think we're all pretty comfortable with it, and I'd move that we approve this one.
I'll second that.
All in favor? I have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
45. Carlos.
Number 45, 607 CARLAW Avenue. Applicant? Yes. Purpose of this application is alter a 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3rd floor over the existing 2-story rear addition, and at the rear on the south side construct a 3-story addition with a rear deck. The front porch will also be extended. And on this we have Before us, material submitted by the applicant. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Luca Penzo. I'm the designer and agent representing the owners at 607 CARLAW.
Tell me the existing FSI before the
Existing.
Yeah.
Just a second.
You have the area.
I have it here, yeah.
But just curious how much is already there. That's how.
I have to do the calculation, actually. I'll tell you in 1 second. Uh, 0.83. Yeah. No problem.
Just a question. So you had a previous decision for, looks like a similar 3-story addition over a rear 2-story addition?
So that's not the current owners, that was the previous owners.
They didn't pursue it?
They didn't pursue it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And the difference here is you're doing that plus a side addition?
Yes, because we're squaring off the back of the house.
I have no further question, and I'd like to move for approval with no condition.
Second. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we move on to number 47, A, B, C, and D, 382 Dovercourt Road.
Oh, yeah, the deferral.
One is that?
The earlier.
Well, that's where I'm at, Dovercourt.
Oh, I thought you said, I thought you were calling the applicants for.
47, 382 Dovercourt Road.
Yes. I'm Andrew Dales. I'm the plan consultant for AIPL, the owner of...
Just 1 minute, Mr. Dales. I just want to, this is an application for consent to sever the property into 3 parts and also for variances. And before us on this application, we have... We have material submitted by the applicant. We have email correspondence from right-of-way control, staff reports from planning and engineering and urban forestry. We have correspondence and concern from 5 Hayden Road, Park Road, and correspondence and opposition from 7 Hayden Park Road.
Everybody's asking for, it appears that we have an agreement with our neighbors. So we've revised the proposal several times to address staff concerns. So we have staff and community planning, transportation services, urban forestry, all do not object to the variances and consent and have requested standard requirements as conditions of approval. We met with the neighbor at 5 Hayden Park just this week, and her architect to discuss a concern regarding the rear yard setback variance, the impact of that variance perhaps on drainage. It was a very productive meeting, and it appears that we have an agreement that will resolve their concern. So we're very pleased with that. We've agreed to increase the rear yard setback and to provide them with a drainage plan that is currently being prepared by the civil engineer on our team. So we're asking for a deferral to give us time to figure out that rear yard setback, to revise the plans and to complete the drainage plan to their satisfaction, and their architect will review it as well. So we're really, it won't be a contested hearing when we come back if the deferral is granted. And I think it would be a very productive thing to grant the deferral at this point.
Okay. Just a minute. So, Mr. Dales, please come forward to the podium, give us your name and your address, and let us have your concerns.
Hi, my name is Jean Chen. I'm the owner of 5 Hayden Park Road. So I am also asking for a deferral, agreeing with the owner applicant here, so that we can work out a plan that's agreeable to all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have a motion?
No way. Has this been deferred before? No, August. In October. Oh, I see.
I'm happy to move deferral.
Just a second.
Oh, pardon me.
Someone else is here to speak.
Oh,
Hi, sorry. I'm a tenant at 394 Dovercourt Road. Here, I don't know if there's going to be a deferral, if it's worth saying my piece now, although I did take the day off work to be here.
We're not dealing with the merits, we're only dealing with the issue of deferral. Are you in favor or against the deferral?
Well, I'm in favor of a deferral, but I just,
Okay.
we've had no consultation or conversation with, he says, oh, we're not going to have a problem next time, but I mean, he hasn't consulted all of the relevant stakeholders, so.
Yeah.
sure, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a sec.
It's Benjamin Puglia, and my address is 394 Dovercourt Road.
How many units are in the existing?
18.
18.
And the existing building is proposed to be maintained. There's no changes to the existing building being proposed at all.
Parking, though.
Oh, parking, yeah, that's right. So the 2 lots are proposed at the rear of the building, and we have a parking study.
Other parking study. Yes. Do you have anything to say with respect to his comments? No.
I don't. No.
So we will be proposing something that says consultation with the tenants as well. Are you okay with that?
I'm not sure what, I think he might have said that he's at 394 Dovercourt Road.
394, he is at 394.
So this is a proposal for 382 Dovercourt Road.
Different building.
I also have I've just talked to many.
You got to give your name.
Sorry.
Who are you?
I'm Matthew Penzer. I also live at 394 Dovercourt.
So what's your interest in this project?
My interest is protecting some of the tenants in 382 Dovercourt who have asked me to come down here and speak on their, who haven't been consulted, and they have some worries about.
And you can just confirm your address for us?
Yeah, it is 394.
Are you representing your interest or the interests of the tenants of the building?
I'm speaking on behalf of the tenants of 394 Dovercourt and 382 Dovercourt Road. We have a parking amenity that is in question here.
So do you park on their property? I don't understand.
So the owners of 382 and 394 Dovercourt are the same. The buildings were purchased at the same time. We have the same superintendent. The parking amenity is shared.
So the parking shared between the 2 buildings?
Yes.
Oh, that's why.
And you're presumably concerned about the loss of that?
Right.
You have a car?
Yes, I do.
Are you immediately adjacent to 382?
So if you imagine Hayden Park Road,
Yeah.
bisects 382 where the parking lot is, and then 394 on the other side of Hayden Park.
Okay. Oh, on the south.
They're sister buildings. Yeah.
Okay. On the south side of it.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry,
on the north side.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
I see. Yeah.
I have other issues too, but I don't know if you don't want to hear them now. I won't say them now.
I think we'll hear them next time around, probably, or hopefully not. But yeah, if you want.
So I'll just continue with the move of the deferral. I mean, perhaps we can include a requirement that the proponent have discussions with tenants affected by this proposal, and presumably that means both buildings.
Will do.
Yeah.
I'll take that to my client and we'll make it happen.
Okay.
Do we need the address of the other?
My understanding is that none of the tenants in either building nobody's parking.
Well, that was the genesis. That was the parking study implied that. I
Right.
didn't notice that, but it sounds like that may be.
My client told me that none of the tenants in the building.
I can easily clarify.
I think it doesn't really matter at this
really-
point.
right.
I think what we'll try and do is we'll put a condition in that there's obviously a difference of opinion in terms of the use of the parking spots now, and it affects both properties. Perhaps we can have your client undertake to do some consultations with the residents and tenants of both those buildings. And Peter's right, do we need to actually state the address of the other building? Okay, great. So that's my motion.
Yes.
Yep.
Seconder?
Right? Pardon? Subject to full fee for the deferral?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I moved that.
And I'll second it.
All right, all in favor? You have your deferral. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay. So what happened with Wheeler? We haven't dealt with Wheeler yet?
No.
It's held down, so we have to move to
So
Huron. Yeah, 51.
they are what?
Yeah, 50 and 51.
Not out?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody else is out?
Yeah.
Okay. So number 56 Edmund Gate. Purpose of this application is to legalize and maintain a pool in the front yard of the detached dwelling. And before us in this application, we have, thank you. Material submitted by the applicant, the correspondence in support from 104 and 110 Poplar Plains, and correspondence in opposition from 29 Russell Hill Road, 108 Poplar Plains, and the South Hill District Homeowners Association. So, you're Janice Robinson?
Yes, good
You're the
afternoon,
owner?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no, you're not the owner.
And I'm representing the
You're
owner
representing the owner.
Yes, I am. So this application was deferred last September. The decision I handed to you, you have it in your package. The reason why I printed it out was to highlight how the property, when the minor variances to permit this dwelling were approved in 2014, it said to construct a new two-story single detached dwelling with an attached garage accessible by Edmund Gate Lane. So this property was lawfully developed with the front facing Edmund Gate and the back facing Poplar Plains. And so now, back to the deferral. After the deferral, there were discussions with the neighbors. The landscaping got changed. I sent in the photographs of that. They should be on your computer there. So the owner had discussions with the neighbors regarding the landscape revisions, and some have written into committee saying they no longer have any objections, including the immediate neighbor to the at 181 Poplar Plains. So the property has frontages on both Edmund Gate Lane and Poplar Plains. The pool and related equipment have been constructed in what zoning examiner considers to be the front yard. And the reason why Poplar Plains is the public road and Edmund Gate is a private road, so it's considered the backyards. The backyard is the front and the front is the back.
Your client wasn't aware?
Right. So they hired a pool contractor to construct a pool. They were supposed to get the permits. We now know that didn't happen. And then they got an order to comply that their pool was in the front yard, and this is the variance application, and after the fact, and the fee was paid for the after the fact.
Can I ask a question? Do you mean that if the front is still the Poplar Plains, then you do not need to come back?
No, it will never change. The zoning department will always consider the front yard to be Poplar Plains. If you look at the variances that were granted to permit the house, for example, it says the front yard setback is the rear yard setback is 0, whereas it should be 7.5, and that was on the east side. So it's always going to be backwards. The only way they could have avoided this is if they got the variances to permit the pool back when they were getting the house permitted.
Which address the mail will be delivered?
It comes to Edmund Gate Lane because it comes to the Edmund Gate. That's the mailing address.
Okay.
So that's the situation. The neighbors are now satisfied. The immediate neighbors are now satisfied with the landscaping that has been done on Poplar Plains. So it's my submission that the variances are technical in nature, that the 4 tests are met, that the intent of the bylaw with the variances, which permitted the dwelling to be lawfully constructed the way it was, are appropriate, and that having the pool where it is appropriate. Pool and pool equipment.
Are there any questions, or do we have a motion? So, I mean, if we pass the motion, then we can assure you that Mr. Zeldin's not going to get the police to send your client to jail.
Well, they still have to get a fence exemption.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's been applied for too.
Yeah. All right.
How do pools get built without permits? I'm
Oh,
always
because they
shocked
thought it
at
was in
that.
the back. Oh, without a.
No, without permit, right?
Well, that was the contractor. Lots of things get built without.
I guess.
And then they find out later on it needed a permit.
Also, I agree with the applicant that is technically, the variance is technically required. I'm willing to move for approval.
Right, seconder.
There's no forestry, no condition.
I'll say.
All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 51 Myrtle Avenue. Purpose of this application is to construct a new rear detached garage and shed and alter the existing 2-story detached house by constructing rear 2-story addition and a full 3rd-story addition. And with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry, and opposition from 422 Leslie Street. Your name, sir?
Hello there. My name is Andy Verhill. I'm the architect representing my client, Dan Marshall, from 51 Myrtle Avenue.
So I don't think.
I only have one question. Is the variance number 1, I do not know where I can find on the site plan that why the driveway is so wide?
Yes, so
More for me.
it's a very small, it's 1208, 1.2 meters. Basically, we just had, what exists now is an asphalt paving, which is basically the entire back of the site. In our proposition, we've just basically shown paving to reach out to the street, to the laneway, which is the width of the doorway, the garage door.
So we do have a letter in from, have you seen the letter?
We have read the letter, and in December, we met with the owner, Randy, and we redesigned the back, the garage to accommodate his concerns. And basically, he was concerned about light. And initially, the garage was a flat building that was 4 meters in height. So we've kept half of it at that flat roof so that we can maximize the storage within the building. And we've sloped the roof down to meet the top of the existing fence that he has.
He's written, what's the date on this?
So
he's written since that.
He's written, and we've looked at it, and we've gone to try and speak with him, but we haven't been able to reach him.
Is he not aware of the modifications you've made?
We believe so. In the letter, he notes the original height of our garage, which was what he states. So we think that he didn't look at the new drawings on file. So we looked through the file on the website, and the new revised drawings are there. Yeah.
Are you the neighbor?
So this is the owner.
Oh, the owner. Oh, you're sitting in the opposition seat. That's okay.
Right, I told him to sit there. I
You know who you are.
That's fine.
Okay.
You might have been Randy.
Yeah. All right. So do we have any
No,
further questions?
No, I don't have.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'd put forward a motion. I mean, when I was looking at the drawings, I thought it looked really kind of large, the larger portion in the back, but seeing it as a whole with the variances being requested, I think it's reasonable. So I'd move to approve with condition of urban forestry number 1.
Just confirm the modifications to the garage are in the current?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry.
So we need a seconder. All right. All in favor? You have your approval, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, back to So, who's here? So, pardon? Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Let's have 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Let's go to the washroom. Yeah, okay. Oh, are you going to, we're going to have a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
We're waiting on Wheeler.
So, Anita, could you have somebody just ready to proceed?
Chris Pereira.
I see Aaron's leaving, huh? You were with Infrastructure Ontario, right? Yeah, yeah. Well, no surprise who appointed him, right? He does have. I'm surprised he lasted this long with the new group.
by converting it into one-unit dwelling, reconstructing the front porch and constructing a rear first-story deck, a rear two-story addition, and a rear third-story addition with a rear balcony. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Heritage Preservation, and opposition from Annex Residents Association. So I want to, are 671, 673 essentially the same?
They are the same, sir, but I understand that the opposition is just to the south 671.
Okay, so let's deal with 673 first. Okay.
So I'll deal. So in terms of the Annex Residents Association, they provided a comment relating to parking, and there is no parking variance. So there is street parking. So I just wanted
They're
to.
talking about an easement or something.
Yeah, so I just wanted to just deal with that right from the get-go.
Yep. Okay.
So the site plan that I've marked there has the municipal addresses in my thick black handwriting there. 673 is the one on the left, that's on the north side. And the proposal is for a 1- and 2-story addition for that boxed-in area. So that's about 1.2 meters by 4.5 meters or so. And then there is a 3rd-story addition that is recessed from that. Okay. So when we look at it in profile, the pink is the existing outline, and what's in behind is the architectural drawings that are in front of you today. So the number 1 that I'm showing there is where that little notch addition is on the first floor. The number 2 is where that little notch addition is on the second floor. And then the 3rd floor addition is shown there partially overlapping where the existing dormer is at the back. So the side wall is basically from the established grade to the top, 10.11 meters, and the zone examiner has identified that for, I guess, all 3 walls. Front, the back, and the side, even though it's articulated like this, which is under the 12-meter height permission that the zoning bylaw allows. So when we're looking at the building additions, that's 5.8 square meters on the first floor, about 7 square meters on the second floor. So 5.8 on the first, 7 meters on the second, about 15 meters on the 3rd floor. Because the existing floor space index is, let me get that number, 1.25. So the proposal is really going from 1.25 to 1.44. And so it's a modest building addition. Now, just briefly, the reason why this was deferred in July was because Heritage Preservation Services, just after the 9:30 time slot, wrote in a memo saying that we have some information regarding a nomination request. The nomination request actually didn't apply to the subject site. Okay, it applied elsewhere. And so, but we worked, they didn't identify it as a mistake, but we worked with them. And in working with them, went from this modern front facade,
right?
Basically,
so you kept the dormers and stuff.
yeah, it's being reconstructed because the porch is in disrepair and whatnot, but it's reconstructed with the traditional architectural elements at the front. So we work with them despite the fact that there is no heritage related item relating to the site.
That's in relation to both.
Okay.
So subject, any questions?
Questions? Or do we have a motion?
Then I would propose a motion to approve 673 Huron Street with
Opposition is 671.
Oh, no, the opposition's on the 671.
Yeah. 73 Huron Street.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, now, 671 Huron Street. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached duplex by converting it into one-unit dwelling, reconstructing the front porch and constructing a rear first-story deck, a rear two-story addition, and a rear third-story addition with a rear balcony. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from Heritage Preservation, and correspondence in opposition from the Annex Residents Association. So are your variances or submissions any different on this one than it was on 673?
The floor space index number is just slightly different. Otherwise, it's the same building addition articulation, except it's on the south side rather as opposed to the north side of the semi-detached.
Okay. All right, let's hear from the opposition in that case.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to just hand some material to you.
Yes.
Your members.
But first, I'm sure the Deputy Secretary Chairman knows your name, but just for the record.
For the record.
Yeah.
My name is Robert Brown. I live at 88 Spadina Road, Suite 212 in Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So are you here on your own, or are you representing the client?
The neighbor.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'm here today speaking on behalf of the neighbor to the south at 669 Huron Street, the abutting dwelling to the south of the subject site, and her name is Natasha Gromoff-Kramer. She's asked me to provide expert opinion evidence on this application, and in a summary, I'm saying that this application fails to meet several of the tests as defined under the Planning Act RSO 1990 as amended. Specifically, this application fails to meet the intent and purpose of the official plan. It fails to meet the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw 569/2013, and several of the requested variances cannot be considered minor. So what I'd like to do, of course, is to draw your attention particularly to Chapter 4 of the official plan. Pardon my spelling at the top of that.
Mr. Brown, I hate to play lawyer on this, but if you want to give expert evidence, you're going to have to qualify yourselves. Why don't you just make submissions, take them into account?
Okay, I have been qualified and I've been a witness at the OMB. I have at least 20 files at the T-Lab, and I'm saying that for here, I guess if I have to officially be qualified, then I am asking for this panel to recognize my credentials as recognized by the T-Lab.
Haven't given us your credentials.
Well, if I may then, sir, I have, as you know, been a member of the Committee of Adjustment for 9 years, over 5,000 applications. I have been a witness at the T-Lab. I have been a witness at a number of files, and I've also been a witness at the CVA, and the T-Lab has seen fit to recognize my activities over the years and experience to qualify me to provide evidence before them. And I'm asking for the same consideration
Do
for,
you have any professional designation?
not in the plan.
Are you relying on your experience at the
No,
committee?
I'm recognized by the T-Lab as I guess you'd say it, as a qualified local knowledge expert with expertise in the official plan and the zoning bylaws of the City of Toronto.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the second sheet I gave you just outlines the policies within the official plan, particularly Chapter 4, Policy 4.1.5, and I've highlighted in red the sections that I believe that you should be cognizant of and take into consideration in your decision. That is policy number 4.1.5, subsection C and subsection G. I don't think it's necessary for me to read those as they're right in front of you. In particular, I'm looking at variance number 6, which is, I believe, is outside the prevailing character of the immediate context neighborhood, Huron on Madison Upper Block.
You talking about FSI? Okay.
I just had cataract surgery, so nothing is really in focus when I look that far away. So what you're seeing there is the bars represent the current FSI, or floor space index, for the properties on Huron and on Madison, north of Bernard, south of DuPont. The green horizontal line is the zoning allowed, which is 1 times coverage. The orange horizontal line is the average for those properties, a little over 80. I also looked at I should say the vertical lines are the 2 properties, the one 673, which you've just dealt with, and then 671, showing how they relate to the patterns in the neighborhood. I also took a reading on the entire East Annex. That's from Spadina to Avenue Road residential single properties. And the average in that area is 0.76 times the lot coverage. And the sample size there is 1,753 dwellings. So I believe that the evidence clearly demonstrates that the requested variances are variance of 1.44 or 1.46 times coverage, but particularly the one for, Franco, was it 1.46 for the, Mr. Romano identified the specific 1.44, where you see that the prevailing pattern is 0.72, and of course the immediate context is what has to be given the most weight, as the official plan was amended by OPA 320. I'd also like to draw your attention to drawing number A1 that Mr. Romano put up, but I'll put it up again. Ms. Kramer's property is on the south side, and those 5 orange dots represent windows that are on her property or in her dwelling. You've got 2 right where the indent, where the cut-in is of the building. You've got 2 which face east. You've got 2 facing north, and kitchen window facing to the east. And the fill-in of that cutout on 671 is going to reduce the natural light that comes into those windows on her first and second floor. And my position is that this creates an unacceptable and negative impact on the enjoyment of her property.
How many stories is that inset?
The inset?
Yeah.
Goes straight up.
How many stories?
2 stories.
So just orientation, like east, west, north, south?
Yeah, that's north up.
Okay, DuPont Street is to the north.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yeah, so I'm just...
Huron Street is to the...
So the windows are facing...
2 of them face north, right, towards the subject property. 3 of them face east.
So your client's property is on the south side.
Correct.
And then how does it affect, shadow will affect your...
No, I'm not talking about shadow. I'm talking about the access to natural light.
Natural light.
Because when they bring the building south...
How wide is this inset?
I have to look it up in the drawing. Let me, right. And similarly on the north, I would expect. Yeah. So there's no material difference between the cut-in on Ms. Kramer's property and also the one to the north. So collectively, the existing, they have about 1.5 plus 1.5, about 3 meters, and that's going to be cut in half. Sorry, I can't hear you. Could you turn your mic on?
No, I haven't started my question yet.
Oh, no, I just said I couldn't hear you, so if you could...
No, I have to go through, Mr. Chairman. I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and about the data that you gave us on this, all this GFA and the years of built, it only indicating the 671 and 673 are built 2020. All this property have never have any changes?
They've had some over the years, but the data comes from the City of Toronto Planning Department research.
As current as this year?
As current as this year.
There's no record of any kind of construction done to any of this property?
Of 671 and 670.
No, I'm talking about the rest of your data.
Oh, no, that's, some have been modified marginally over the years, but they're all included in the data from...
I understand that, but it doesn't seem to any property has any changes since the date that's been built. It looks like you do not have a date, a year.
Okay,
since
1899, I think, is roughly the first stage of development in this area.
Yeah, exactly.
But most of the properties in this section of the annex were built out between the last decade, more or less, of the 19th century and the first 2 decades of the 20th century.
Yeah. I understand that that's the date that they built, but then I'm just questioning that there's no data collected. Actually, they have any kind of additions to this. So when you use them as the data to compare how big the proposals are,
well,
is it based on something that built?
The city updates its data files on a regular basis from the building permits that are approved over the years. I checked the building permits for the last 10 years where I was able to get that data easily, and there was no revisions that I noticed.
So the variance, what's the variance that your client is concerned about with respect to the sidewall? Like, I'm just looking at the variance. There's no side yard setback variance, right? So...
Well, the variance number...
The FSI that you're...
Oh, variance number... Sorry, you finish.
No, I'm just trying to figure out which variance is the concern of your client.
Okay, variance number 3 has a 0.36. That's new, but it really is variance number 5, because that whole extension, the infill or filling in that little cutout, is what's it's going back to the existing condition on the front part of the building. And therefore, that when you fill in that section, you're reducing the access of Ms. Kramer and from those windows for the natural light. Because she's now losing 1.5 meters worth of open space for 2 stories.
Which is not her space, though.
So this is number...
I got confused. But
that's what I'm trying to
and the
figure
filling,
out, yeah.
they're filling in their property, not the...
Right.
Yeah.
But no,
Number
I don't
5's
think...
got to do with exterior stairs, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's a variance that responds directly to the filling. Yeah.
They haven't identified, but in essence, they match, and it's the infill that's the problem. And that infill even if you don't consider it as a setback issue, it contributes to the significant increase in the FSI of the building.
Right.
Mr. Brown, perhaps you can tell me what the relationship between the GFA and the FSI is.
It's the standard definition within the bylaws. Basically, FSI is the gross floor area divided by the lot area as a factor, as a relationship from 0 to 1. So it'd be 0.1, 0.4, 0.6. What?
What's the gross floor area?
The gross floor area that I've used is the above grade gross floor area as defined within the zoning bylaw and calculated normally by the zoning examiner.
So I have trouble understanding how you can have, so if you have a large gross floor area, don't you have a concurrent floor space index density too?
Not necessarily, because the FSI is a relationship, has a relationship to the lot size. So you could have a building with a gross floor area of 6,000 square feet, still might only have an FSI of 1 depending on the size of the lot. If you had, you could have a building with a gross floor area of 2,000 square feet, could easily have, depending on the area of the city, an FSI greater than 1 or significantly less than 1.
So I see that 671, 673 are amongst the smallest lot area. So that increases their floor space index. Their house isn't any bigger necessarily, but the lot size makes the floor space index higher. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's true, but what is within the definitions of the official plan and the zoning bylaw is the zoning bylaw sets performance standards that will, in essence, try and ensure that there is some sort of continuity of built form and built density in a given area. So if you had lots that were significantly different in terms of the lot area, you physically could have a much larger house still fitting within 0.1, or not 0.1, but 1 times coverage. In this case here, there is not a material difference in lot sizes in those blocks.
Understand what that means. What material differences of lot size? What does that mean?
There's not a lot that say would be 3 times the average of what's going on in the rest of the block. There is a degree of consistency within this part of the annex in terms of when it was when the subdivision was already set out. I mean, there are parts of this city where you've got lot sizes that vary very significantly from one area to another, because there's one file that I've been working on where the lot sizes were originally set at 100 feet, and over time they've been subdivided into 50-foot lots. Some were subdivided into 75-foot lots by taking 3 lots and dividing them. But within the annex, the prevailing pattern is it's a grid laid out community, and the patterns of lot frontages are reasonably consistent within individual blocks.
The lot areas aren't always the same.
They're not always the same. Some
there
are some streets in that area west of Spadina where the lots are significantly deeper on one street versus another, particularly between Albany and Howland. I mean, I've lived in the annex since about 1979, so I have a pretty intimate knowledge of the area.
665 Huron Street, which is 2 doors away from your client, is 557.4 lot area, and it has a FSI of 0.7. And your client's lot area is 148.6. No, 139.35, and the lot area for 71 and 673 is 133 each, which affects their FSI.
You would, well, it impacts on the FSI, but what you've got is if you looked at that chart, page 3 of 4, where you've got some of these individual, statistics, you've got relatively small lots for the 671 and 673. 670 across the street, you've got a lot area that is more than double.
Mm-hmm.
You've got at 665 a lot area that is almost 3-4 times the size of 671. But what you've got is the proportional size of the dwelling on that lot still meets the guidelines under the zoning bylaw.
Yeah, but the size of the house would be similar to the one on the lot, but the FSI on the 671 would be much higher because of the size of the lots.
Correct, and that's how the zoning bylaw.
But your client is complaining about the impact on her property.
Yeah, it is not only just
she's using the FSI as their criteria. I don't think that's legitimate because
well, it is legitimate under the official plan. Density is a consideration, particularly the prevailing density in the area. So that's 4.1.5 subsection C.
Yeah, but the impact on her house and her views, etc. And you talk about massing, prevailing house massing, scale, density. Okay, carry on.
Yeah. Are we finished with this discussion? Are we into committee?
No.
No?
It's rebuttal.
Okay, are we back?
Yeah, okay. So you better, are you finished? Or you...
Oh, I thought I was just responding to questions.
All right.
I mean, obviously, my recommendation is to refuse this application as it fails to meet the intent of the official plan, fails to meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, and the FSI variance could not be considered minor in the context of its immediate community.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, thank you.
No, thank you. Yes, sir.
Sure, I always appear in my outside of my family life as a registered professional planner. I'm a graduate from urban regional planning from Ryerson in 1989 and have been a registered professional planner since that time. I've appeared in front of the T-Lab over 100 times, even though it's only been around for 3 years. I've been in front of the OMB and the LPAT well over 500 times and have been recognized as an expert and registered in land use planning, land use planning.
Yeah.
What we see in this above grade FSI document, and it's actually a proxy for FSI because the city statistics just provides floor area. It doesn't provide floor area in terms of floor space index the way a zone examiner would identify it. What I find with the city data is that it's helpful, but it often underrepresents what it actually is on the ground. And I think it does that for the subject site today, because we saw that today it's over 1.2. That's the existing FSI is. But Mr. Brown pointed out that what the intent is to deal with the prevailing, to achieve the prevailing, and that the prevailing somehow is reflected by average. And what I would submit to you, sir, is through you, Mr. Chairman, if we look at this graphic and just setting aside, because I haven't done all the numbers and looked at this graphic other than just receiving it right now, is we see that what exists within the neighborhood and on the street is a variety from property to property. We do not see average. When we walk along the street, we do not see averages, we see the individualities of properties from one to the next. In terms of floor space index, how we look at it from an appropriateness perspective is the floor area that's being proposed appropriate for the lot? Is it being deployed appropriately on the lot? And what we see, I can show you the diagrams again, the site plan and the elevations, but we'll see that it is not a box. What's proposed is well within the overall height that's permitted. You're allowed 12 meters. It's at 10.11. The existing is at 9.6. At 12 meters and 14 meters in length, it's less than the 17 meters that the zoning bylaw allows. So there's no height, overall height variance, keeping in mind that the main wall height is still under appeal in front of the LPAT, so we don't know what that's going to say ultimately, but that is two of the variances. There is no side yard setback, front yard setback, or rear yard setback for the dwelling. So in my opinion, the proposed deployment of this floor area, which, by the way, accounts for no voids within the building. So you're allowed voids. So this is a total count of each floor. The deployment of floor area on this lot is appropriate, respects and reinforces the physical character of the neighborhood, and in my opinion, creates no unacceptable adverse impact on the neighbor to the south. That neighbor to the south still enjoys adequate light and privacy, which is what 3.1.2 of the official plan discusses when it deals with light in relation to development. So subject to any questions, sir, I submit that the proposal satisfies all four variances for a minor.
The insert, how large is the insert, and how do you think it impacts your neighbors?
The insert is 1.2 meters in width, and it's articulated. The first, the second, and then the third floor. It's not a straight line. The side yard setback is compliant with the bylaw, and as I mentioned, it still provides for adequate light and privacy. There is no sun shadow impact given the position of the building to the north of the neighbor. So I can see that sun shadow may be something that has to be demonstrated if the two properties were reversed and this application were to the south of the opposing neighbor to the north, but it's the opposite. So there is no sun shadow impact, and the proposal still maintains adequate light and privacy, keeping in mind that the bylaw allows an as-of-right building envelope, and what's in front of this panel has nothing to do with the as-of-right building envelope, but it is floor area, what's actually inside the building.
Well, I think I've heard it several times, but it's abundantly clear that little infill of what used to be the inset is not require a variance in and of itself.
Correct. No setback height. Well, there's a main wall height variance for part of it.
Yeah. But there's no setback from the lot line.
Correct.
Any further questions, or do we have a motion?
I'm ready to move for approval based on that we already agreed the development, the proposal on the previous application, and I do not believe that it will affect the natural light, the positioning of the buildings, and there's still some space, even that your proposal will line up and fill up that little space. And the third reason also, I agree with Mr. Chairman that we cannot sometimes evaluate a proposal just based on the FSI index. It should be looked at in the whole proposal, the site, how it's planned, and how there are many ways to actually minimize whatever impact you can get. Even the FSI cannot reflect that. So I'm willing to move for approval. And is there any conditions?
No conditions.
No conditions listed.
Right.
So
do we have a second?
I'll second it. And I just as a comment, it's commendable that you made the changes to the facade. I think that does actually contribute to the streetscape in a positive way. So I second the motion.
Thank you.
All right. All in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you kindly. Appreciate it.
All right. Is Wheeler here? 112 Wheeler? Okay. All right. Number 49, 41 Summerhill Gardens. just hang on, Mr. Sprague.
Okay. Oh, even lost.
The purpose of this application is to alter the existing three-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition with a ground floor deck and a rear third-story addition with a deck. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, support from 7 or 8 neighbors, 10 form letters in support, opposition from 112, 114, and 110 Summerhill Gardens. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
I'll have to speak. Oh, that's better. Yeah. Great. Just a bit of background of this application. The owners have lived in their house for their home for the past 8 years, and it's a 3-bedroom house, and they have 3 children, so they do need additional living space for their family. What they would like to do, and if you actually look at the package there at the front, is at the back of the house there's an existing wall and it jogs in, and it jogs in about 8 feet, and that's the part they'd like to infill basically. It's 8 feet and goes 11 feet across, and they'd like to infill that. And then on the 3rd floor, they would like to get some additional space so they can add another bedroom in the top. Now, as you're well aware, we did defer the hearing in July because there was concerns raised by the neighbors at the back, and we really wanted to defer so we'd hopefully have the opportunity to try and address some of their issues that they raised. At that time, what the house is now, there's a 2-story rear addition, and on top of that, there's an existing deck. Well, we're relocating that. The deck at the top, which is for fire reasons. And we had it as the proposed addition back in July was basically building on top of that wall straight up. There was also a cantilever part. So in all sense, it was basically it was a 3-story wall. And so what we did was redesign it and push it back into the attic and build a sloped roof on top of what's there now. So instead of where the deck is, that's where the roof starts to slope. And we have a small scale, so it brings the scale down, and certainly in keeping with the neighbors, if you actually looked at drawing number, sketch of number 2, picture of my thing, there's a sloped roof there on the side. And it would be the same concept that we would be doing then. So we're not going up the 3 floors with a flat wall. We're going up 2, or what's there, in fact. We're not going any higher than that. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but I did send in a covering letter sort of explaining the differences from what we had then to what it is now. And I can certainly go over that again, but it was in the covering letter, which was posted on January the 24th, what we had before and then what we're proposing. But basically, we're trying to make it so it blends in and has a sloped roof, and it's got a dormer in the middle, which kind of reflects actually number 39 at the other side, which also has a dormer there. So it's in keeping, I think, with the character of the street. I would like to just also comment briefly on the variances that you do see before you at the committee, on the variances before you. And with respect to the floor space index, Summerhill is very high, relative to what you might find elsewhere in the city. We've done some on Ottawa Street, they're 1.3. I know there was 1.31, I believe, on Summerhill during the summer. So I think what's being proposed in terms of the numbers for the floor space index is not out of keeping. The existing house is 1.03 times the area of the lot, and what we're adding, trying to get 300 and something odd square feet on it, brings it up to the 1.17. Just in terms of privacy, some of the concerns that were raised were that, that before we had on the third floor a lot of windows. Now it's set back. It's a dormer. It's set back in the roof, and we've had discussions which we may agreeable to reducing the width of a window on the second floor for privacy. We were talking out in the hall, and that would be totally fine with that. We show the windows lining up with the door below. Doesn't seem to be any issues about the door going below. But anyway, the other variance I'd like to comment about is the one with respect to the rear yard variance. And if you look on the first page of the drawing there that we have there, it is to do with the fact that where we're filling in the alcove, which is shaded red, that's the idea. But the house, for example, the one number 39, the owner whom is here today as well, is actually about 3.5 meters from the property line that backs onto 110. And going down to the other neighbor, number 43, it's about 4.5 meters, which backs close to the property at 114. In essence, what we're doing here is keeping the same pattern of the homes on each side. We're not sticking out like a sore thumb. They're all stepped back. And if you look back to drawing the photo I took of number 2 on page 2, we're going, you see this is this wall here, and we're not going any higher than the wall. And then I'm going to start with a slope roof. It's very similar to what's beside it. And of course, what makes it extreme is the fact is it's only 4.57 meters at the one point, because the back property line is totally splayed. I also put just the concern on privacy, and also I've got pictures in the back garden looking out to the neighbors' houses, albeit in the summer. But in the summer, it's certainly very, very private. Number 3, 4, and 5 are basically looking at the neighbors behind. So it actually is there's a lot of vegetation there, and there's evergreens too. So it's not totally devoid of that. So just the last thing I really wanted to stress is the owners have gone through the real hoops going through our proposed land to try and mitigate what we had before. Spoken to a lot of neighbors. There's an awful lot of support on this, that they're totally thinking this is very appropriate for development. We have met with the neighbors as well, but they'll speak from their standpoint as well. But we really made an effort. We really tried to mitigate the impact and the scale. I think it's successful. The one thing I would say, though, with all the letters is that the two neighbors, number 39, is very supportive, separate. And the neighbor who, in my opinion, is the most affected is the neighbor, number 43. And he's on the party wall, and if you read his letter, he's 100% supportive of what's being proposed. Presently, it's a beat-up sort of wood siding, and it's going to be a dramatic improvement appearance-wise. So just in summary, I will just say I feel that, we've gone to great efforts to try and bring the scale down, and I feel that it's appropriate for the project. Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
And there's a couple other layers of people supported. We need it, but if we want that, we've come.
All right. So, how many people are going to speak?
3.
Okay. Don't repeat yourselves, please. Oh, just one at a time. Oh, she's
just going to be on the projector. Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim Rankin. I'm here with my wife, Joan, and we are the owners of the property directly behind the applicants at 112 Summerhill Avenue. We feel that we are the most impacted people by this application. We are here with our neighbors who live immediately to the left and to the right of us on Summerhill Avenue at numbers 110 and 114. You have, I believe, received letters of concern from all of us twice. The first time being last July when this variance hearing was deferred in the hope that a compromise could be reached. And of course, obviously, the reason we're all here today is that We haven't reached a meaningful compromise, and we don't feel enough significant changes have been made to the applicant's plans. I just have quickly 4 points, as you can see from this photo. Our houses are very close to each other. Our backyards are very small, and privacy is a very big issue. It's a bit of a fishbowl. In spite of the change to the applicant's original plan to alter the pitch of the roof, we don't really feel that this addresses the issue. We are arguing that the 3-story addition to the back of their house will greatly impact this intimate space and remove what little privacy we have.
While this gentleman is speaking, and if you're going to hand out things, you come from the other side. Thank you.
All right. Third point, the applicants have very kindly offered to keep their bedroom windows curtained, but we don't think this is really a solution. The addition will have many large modern windows and doors with a light-colored, possibly light-colored siding, although that has been discussed, that will be changing. But we feel that this will loom over our property and our neighbor's property, totally out of keeping with the style and the scale of our intimate neighborhood. The applicants have even assured us that they would refrain from using the 3rd floor balcony, but again, we don't feel that this is a sensible solution. And the last point I want to make is the applicant's property, since it is a few feet above ours in elevation, the sense of being dominated will only be exaggerated. So in closing, I just want to say we have no objection to the applicant's desire to remodel their house, but we ask that the committee turn down the request for a minor variance, which we feel is a major variance, and that they come up with a plan more in keeping with the realities of our neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Could you go around this way, sir?
Yes, I'll around this way. I'm sorry.
Name, sir?
My partner and I live at 110 Summerhill Avenue, which is the house immediately to the west of Mr. Rankin's house at 112. And our property partly abuts the rear of 41 Summerhill Gardens, which is the application. I have expressed most of my concerns about the application in my 2 letters that you have in hand, one from July and one this last month. So I certainly don't want to repeat the comments that we made in those letters, but the material that we provided this evening just provides a little further illustration of the situation. One, as I think is clear, is a photograph taken from the immediate back of, in the one that you have up on the wall now, immediately back of 114. And the second photograph is taken from the rear of 112. And what I should specifically say about this is that they, regardless of the FSI issue, which is always an issue, that isn't what we're really here to argue about or discuss. A lot of the houses in the Summerhill neighbourhood are over the FSI, and I think that's well understood. What's more, I can see ongoing intensification in the neighbourhood. So that really isn't the point. The point is that in these particular, very specific situations, a very local situation. The houses are extremely close together. As the applicant's architect has pointed out, with the change in the plans that they have in mind, they will be 4.57, I think, meters from the rear property line. In a situation, if you want to bring up the legalities, in a situation which is expected to be 7.5, so that's a very serious variance when the overall dimensions are already very tight. And I refer to the applicant's, the architect's comments about the house at, if I may, the house I think at 39, your house, sir. I live immediately behind that house, and I don't know how the owner of that house feels, but we feel we're very close to it, and that addition to that house was provided before, 2 owners before the present one, in very strange circumstances. It was originally just a glass enclosure. Now it's a full extension of the living space with a second floor terrace. And as the architect has pointed out this evening, it's 3.5 meters from the property line at the rear. And it's difficult. I mean, the present owner they're very gracious people. We don't have any problem with them. And I hope they don't have any problem with us. But it nevertheless it's a disagreeable situation which was not in the original thinking of the area. And my concern is that we're going to repeat that situation behind 41, I beg your pardon. Obviously, the issue is overlooking and the compromise of privacy that results from that. And 2 other points. One is that the addition as proposed would set a most disagreeable precedent, particularly for the house, the other half of the semi-detached house. Because if that gets filled in on the strength that this is acceptable, the owners of 114 Summerhill Avenue are looking almost directly into the living room of the house that would be changed, and that's a real concern. And the owners of 114, their daughter is here this evening, are particularly concerned about that fact. I won't bring up the issue of the somewhat awkward relationship with the physical relationship with the other half of the semi-detached house. This seems to be a prevalent situation in Ontario nowadays. Very little consideration to the other half of semi-detached houses when people add on. And I think that's, from a philosophical point of view, from an urban design point of view, it's pretty regrettable. The other point that's been raised, not at this meeting, but in private discussions, is the issue of intensification. And I think we're all aware that intensification is going to take place. It's taking place now. It's taking place in this neighbourhood now. But I suggest that with intensification comes the necessity for respect. And I'm not suggesting the owners of 41 are disrespectful. I don't think they are. But we all have to live in a very tight situation in this case, and we believe that compromises should be made. We don't feel, the 3 owners at the back, who are the people most affected by this change, don't feel that there has been a serious compromise made. Yes, the roof has been sloped back somewhat, or the 3rd floor rather has been sloped back somewhat, which is good and mitigates what was a really bad situation in the first place. And the projecting 3rd floor window has been removed.
Could you wrap up? Your time is up.
Pardon?
Could you wrap up? Your time is up.
Yes, I've said, we think a middle ground needs to be found here. So I've said everything I can. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Joffe. I am the daughter of Ivan and Ruth Joffe, who are the owners of 114 Summerhill Avenue, the house that's being pointed out on the screen. Their house, they are not in the country at the moment, but they asked me to come here today because they are really concerned about this application, and they've submitted 2 letters outlining their concerns to the committee, but wanted to be sure that their concerns were spoken to before you today as well. They certainly agree with the objections that have been raised today by their neighbors at 112 and 110, and I won't repeat those concerns. Their main concern is, in relation to the substantial encroachment on their privacy, both in terms of the additional windows and the additional footprint that's being added to the rear in the application. They also have concerns in relation to the precedent that will be set by this addition, as their neighbor spoke to. And another concern that is important to them that we haven't yet addressed today is in relation to water drainage issues. So the house that's the subject of the application is at a higher grading median than the 2 properties to the southeast, including 114 Summerhill, my parents' home. And those 2 properties already experience some pretty serious water drainage issues and leakage in their basement after heavy rainfall. And in the application, there's a significant reduction in softscaping that's being proposed. So the concern is that with that reduction in softscaping, that concern in relation to increased water drainage problems is going to be intensified. I also just want to say that my parents do remain open to a compromise, and they're not against the renovation plan per se, but they are looking for something that really is a real compromise and something that will address all of the concerns that have been raised, and something that is really going to respect the neighbors' privacy and use and enjoyment of their small backyard space, and is in better keeping with the neighborhood.
So tell me where, I think you said that there was a reduction in soft landscaping. I don't see anything here on the variance. So they must comply, whether they reduce the soft landscaping or they don't. And I don't see how filling in on the 2nd or 3rd floors reducing soft landscaping.
Well,
but there's no variance for soft landscaping.
But part of what I'm speaking to is the addition, right? There's going to be an addition onto the rear of the home, so that will reduce the amount of.
I don't see any addition.
It's already.
Yeah, that red. If you look at the screen, there's that red little square that's being added on.
That's not on the ground.
That's on the ground. That's 3 floors.
Addition is not, so it's not going to increase or decrease the soft landscape because the addition's on top.
No, there is an addition that will be on the ground as well.
But isn't it already a deck or something concrete?
No, I think it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Chair, can I just ask?
It's on the ground as well.
Looks like so.
It's on the ground.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But there's no variance for soft landscaping, so it complies. They do it as of right.
That's right.
But that is nevertheless, a concern that we're raising.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Chair, I don't know who else is going to be speaking. I'm sure we're going to hear back from the consultant or the architect, but I heard from each of the 3 presenters that while they appreciate some of the changes that have been made so far, they don't feel they've gone far enough, and everyone has said they're open to compromise. I'm curious whether there's a consensus around what that compromise, in your view, might be.
In our view.
Well, everyone said you're open to, you love this, great, don't want to do anything, but everyone's saying we're open to more discussion to do more. I don't know what more in your mind might be.
Oh, sir, could you come to the podium, please?
Well, as I said before, it is such a small situation. We've got this house that is leaning over us, that is on higher ground. Yeah. The windows are going to be enlarged. The third floor is going to be enlarged. If there could be a sense of a compromise, reducing the impact of that, reducing the massing of that, reducing the fact that the third floor, as it exists now, is just a little balcony. They were proposing a full-size dormer, a new balcony, larger windows throughout. I think it's a matter of scale. The scale of what they're proposing is significantly beyond what is there now.
I would just, my only observation is looking at these things, there's already a rooftop patio there. If you're concerned about privacy, that would be a concern you have now rather than...
It is. Absolutely it is.
Okay. But that's already existing.
Yes, it does.
I'm still struggling with what you guys are looking for.
Smaller fenestration, smaller windows. And the setback of the third floor. The third floor now doesn't impose the way that the applicant's proposed design seems. There just seems to be such a huge change from what's existing now to what they're proposing.
Okay, fair enough.
So you understand, sir, that there's a problem with the cost of real estate in the city of Toronto, that families that are having children...
Oh, absolutely.
Cannot necessarily afford to go out and buy bigger houses, so they're renovating their houses to accommodate their...
Our house and their house originally were exactly the same size. I can appreciate it. In fact, built by the same builder in the same year. So they're originally workers' cottages.
So... thank you.
No, John.
That's great. I think that's helpful. I'd look forward to hearing from the architect.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Sprague? Okay.
For the record, my name is Robert Bastian, and I'm a co-owner of the house directly to the north, 39 Summerhill Gardens, with my wife, Angela. The third floor deck is very unsightly. We see that from our third floor window, just to the north on that part. I've seen raccoons sleeping up there. There's very little that's nice looking about that. And from our standpoint, for what we see, the addition is aesthetic. It improves the quality of the house, the look of the house from where we see it. I can see the backyard of that house as well from my backyard. And we are very much for this proposal for those reasons. And just the spirit of the community, letting people grow with where they stay. Thank you.
Any questions of this? Nope. That's Mr. Sprague. Oh, you're getting somebody else?
Briefly, my name's Scott Brubaker. I'm resident at 45 Summerhill Gardens. I've been for 20 years. I'm in full support of the proposal. Anecdotally, a number of the neighbors are sympathetic to it as well. I was in support of the first proposal. I think the second redesign proposal represents a significant effort at compromise by the applicants, and I would encourage you, I concur with the chair's remarks, families grow, space needs change, and I think this is a modest ask.
I have one question to the architect.
Yeah, Mr. Sprague, come forward, please.
I'll just quickly make a couple of responses. I know in our discussions we've had the concern about precedent that that if we fill the thing in, then the neighbor to the south will fill it in. Well, the neighbor to beside them on the party wall is they're 4.5 meters. They can't go out further. So without going to a variance, everyone's met with on its own detail and situation. All I can say is that that's what was there before, and if you look up on the screen there, and it was 3 stories high and imposing, and we've pushed everything back and put a normal sloped roof on top with a dormer, which put that drawing on, and that's what we've got there. The deck is shifted over, and the part you're seeing on the right is set back, and the scale is going to be fine. We've got a roof coming through. It matches the same roof next door where the roof starts to slope up, where the eave is. Dramatically different, in my opinion. We've tried very hard to try and...
Mr. Sprague, I think the issue, or one of the issues that the neighbors raised was the scale and overlook.
Yeah. And
can you make it?
Yes, I will make a comment on that with the... First of all, we had more windows, and there's windows on the top floor. The windows you see above the sliding door, there on the drawing, that's in the bedroom, and we've actually talked, but we reduced them down to 5 feet wide, two 20, 30-inch windows, narrower, because it's a two-way street. There's very good, if you look at the pictures, the privacy on the lower level is very good. You don't really look in. It's the second floor. The third floor is set back on the right, and there's a little dormer window on the roof, which isn't unusual. So my feeling is we've made a lot of changes to try and make the situation better for the neighbors behind.
So how would the reduction in the scale, I don't know of what proportions?
Well, yeah, they just don't.
Talking,
I think the thing is you don't do anything.
Pardon?
We're talking filling in 8 feet in the corner and coming right across with an eave line going across.
I have a quick question, Chairman. I have a quick question.
Yes.
Can you tell me the distance? You have listed the setback is 4.57, but can you tell me the distance of that, your southeast corner to those houses, the 112 and 114? Is how far apart?
I don't have the survey for their how close they are?
Yeah, how close they are.
I don't know.
I do not know.
Perhaps David would know. But,
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know either because we
weren't
privy to when the surveyor wasn't on their property figuring that out. But,
so Mr. Sprague is 4.57 meters from the rear lot line. Is that existing or is it?
No, that's what's proposed with the,
It's proposed, but
at the closest point, yes. Yeah.
What's existing? Is it much more than that? Because you don't seem.
No, it's actually, if you look, it's probably similar.
Because
you don't seem to be doing.
I bet you 5 meters.
Yeah.
I bet you it's 5 meters because it's splayed, and you see the part that comes out here. No, it might be a bit further, but I don't know the exact number on that.
Yeah, but it's not much different.
It wouldn't be 7.5, that's for sure. No.
Yeah.
I would say, if you just look on the drawing, there's 4.5, and the existing house, which is hatched there, is maybe 5.5, 6, and it's less than. And then when you get down to the other corner where the big tree is, there's a big tree down the corner which gives privacy. Actually, it's an evergreen to number 110. So there's good privacy for number 110, and as we said, we're going to, depending on what goes, we would certainly reduce the windows in the second floor to give it overlook that way.
Okay.
But I feel it's a modest improvement, and we've certainly the scale of the roof. Also, when you're looking up, you're down at ground level looking up. You're looking at the eave, so dramatically different than what we did before.
Thank you. All right. Nobody has any further questions?
I have one more, sorry,
Okay,
because I try to understand the impact of this privacy.
Yes.
So the houses on 112 and 114, are they parallel to your property, or they're on angle? Those windows are on angle. They're not.
They're sort of at an angle because you can see the rear property line.
Yeah, exactly. But then
if you look at the streetscape, it's quite unusual.
That's what I'm thinking.
So they're looking more at an angle, I think. If I'm not, am I correct about that?
If it's on. Yeah. So it's an angle. It's not directly looking towards a window. Okay.
Yeah.
I just want.
Number 110's.
Yeah. Okay.
You can't see it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion.
You want to take it into committee first?
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
I don't find, frankly, this proposal objectionable. It's a sort of modest rounding out of the back. It's not going out any further, at least right across. It's sort of enclosing kind of the existing square. I was encouraged that the proponent has tried to make some changes already to accommodate the neighbors' concerns, and I do notice that there was a deck on the third story already, so I'm not terribly convinced that the addition is going to either increase or reduce their privacy concerns. So I'm personally, I think it's a reasonable proposal, given particularly the changes that have been made, given the concerns by the neighbors.
I think that the size of the house and the scale of the proposal can't be changed a whole lot, or else it'll no longer serve the purpose for which the applicant requires the change. And I think that overlook is much overrated in these areas. There's lots of trees, and I think that they probably block out a lot of, and besides, I don't think most people in Toronto don't sit at their windows into everybody's backyards.
In my experience, I could be wrong, but if the both windows were on an angle, is probably the impact is not as much as to look directly into something, and that's why sometimes we will alter the orientation of the window that we actually do not see each other. But I think privacy is both ways. I do not think that we want to propose something that someone will look into you.
Yeah, I think you guys, you've made points that I agree with. I think this is as modest as it can be, and I appreciate that there have been changes.
Yeah.
And you just can't make everyone happy, right? I think we have to remember that.
And, the precedent argument, we often hear it, but again, if anyone wants to do anything in the future, they have to come to this committee as well and seek approval.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So in that regard, I'll move a motion, Chair, if that's okay. Are there any
No conditions.
conditions?
No conditions.
Then I'll move a motion to approve this application.
We have a seconder.
A second.
All right, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Great.
Yeah, number 46. Number 46, 112 Wheeler Avenue. Are they here? Yeah, okay. Purpose of this is to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 residential lots, and variances with respect to the 2 lots. And on this proposal, we have material submitted by the applicant. And, yes, material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from right-of-way control, staff reports from engineering and urban forestry, and correspondence in opposition from 106 Wheeler Avenue.
I didn't know we were going to have musical accompaniment.
Yeah, exactly. One side, every
The applicant here for Wheeler? Yes. Would you come forward to the podium, please?
If there's still people here in opposition that are planning on speaking, if you can come and sit up on the side here. Those people who are here in interest, you probably would want to sit up here so you can hear the whole presentation and see.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Chris Pereira. I'm the principal at Bahar Planning Design Limited. We are the planning consultants for the owner. With me here today is Mr. Sia Zanjani, the project architect, who's available to answer any detailed questions if needed. I think I'll start off by providing the committee with a quick update. We did leave the room to discuss some concerns with the neighbors, and pleased to report that we have come to an agreement with the neighboring house. So I'll kind of get into that, outline that as I go through my proposal. So in terms of the site, we are familiar with where the site is located. We are on the east side of Woodbine Avenue, south of Kingston Road.
He doesn't have to do a presentation, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure. I could do that. So, let's see if you want to go to your sketch. So one of the big concerns from the neighbor to the immediate south was as our proposed house extends further back beyond their wall, they were concerned about the impact of kind of a 3-story wall overlooking their deck and their kind of outdoor amenity area. So what we have proposed to them was to notch out the corner, as you can see there. So it's an 8 by roughly 5 feet. It's plus or minus 5 feet. We have to nail down exactly what that dimension is because it's not dimensional in the drawing. So we're estimating it's about definitely 8 by about plus or minus 5 feet to kind of notch out that portion of that bedroom. That would kind of alleviate their concerns in terms of kind of the projection of a 3rd story and how that may impact their rear deck and amenity space. So that's, in a nutshell, essentially what we have agreed to.
And have you worked out how that's going to impact your variances? Because we'll need those numbers today.
Fortunately, this change does not actually impact any of the variances.
Not GFA?
No, well, we would be seeking a maximum, and all we would be doing is actually either lowering our GFA, so we'd still be compliant, or we would potentially, because we have a front terrace, there is an opportunity to take that 40 square feet and shift it closer to the front terrace or on the other side of that stairwell, which is just not shown on that image. I think you see the architect's pointing it out right there. That's where we would kind of add that 40 square feet. At the end of the day, it would be a net kind of result in terms of GFA. We'd just be moving it from one corner.
We don't have accurate drawings.
That is an accurate drawing. We just don't have that 5 foot plus or minus dimension, or that distance dimensioned.
Okay, any other changes you made as a result of your discussions?
No, that was the one change.
That's on the 2nd and 3rd floor?
That's just the 3rd floor.
Just the 3rd floor.
Correct.
Okay.
Is just grab the GFA and push it to other side of the building?
Correct. So just to kind of carry forward, we have made some changes. We did receive comments from engineering about the slope of the driveway. We have made those changes. We've submitted the drawings back to staff. They've confirmed that they do accept our revisions, and we are of the opinion that the proposed variances do meet the 4 tests of minor variant for variance applications. It does maintain the general intent of the official plan, the neighborhood designation, by proposing an appropriate built form of infill on a site that is materially consistent with the surrounding area in terms of single detached homes. It is suitable given the surrounding broader and immediate context of the area, which is these size lots are prevalent throughout the entire area. The application does maintain the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. It proposes a single detached dwelling that are similar to other detached lots along Wheeler Avenue. The variances to the height, floor space index, and side yard setbacks for this development are consistent with dwellings that have sought similar variances in the area. And finally, the proposal provides an appropriate development for the lands that is in keeping with the existing context and is minor in nature, as the relief being sought would result in dwellings that provide a sensitive, gradual, and general fit with the existing prevailing character of the neighborhood. Lastly, we have reviewed the comments from Bell, Forestry, and Engineering. We have no issues with the conditions suggested by those various departments. We are available to answer any questions, as well as the neighbors that committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a spokesperson for the neighbors? Come forward, please.
Hi, my name's Stuart Anderson. I'm a owner and resident of 108 Wheeler, immediately to the south. We had a number of concerns about the proposal, mainly the sidewall height and the condition in our backyard. In our discussions, we had come to an agreement with the applicant's suggestion and offer to take a notch out of the 3rd floor and lessen that condition in our backyard. So I think that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. That's enough to satisfy you with the application?
Reluctantly, yes. Yeah.
So does this affect part 1 and part 2? Sir? Sir?
Sorry.
Does it affect? He's
It's the southern part.
Mr. Chair, it only affects the south lot, which is part 2, so only one of the dwellings this would apply to.
So the other dwelling has no changes?
No changes. So I would seek committee or even staff's direction on how to ensure that this maybe gets tied to any decision, should committee decide to approve the application, just to assure the neighbors that we indeed kind of follow through with this. So I would look for direction from committee on how to ensure that that gets carried forward in any decision. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they could file that drawing. Unfortunately, though, it's not dimensioned, so I don't know exactly what you're tying it to.
Not dimension? Thought it's dimension.
Is there some way you can come up with the proper dimensions?
I mean, it says at the top it's 1.5, but how, you've got it dimensioned on this.
Yes.
Yeah, so
You can't deduct that GFA from your, or you don't want to deduct the
we're going to take that GFA and just shift it a little bit on the other side of the staircase.
Would that alter your plans?
It would alter some of the interiors there, and we have our architect here. He can speak to that better than I can. But my understanding is it would alter the interiors somewhat of that bedroom. It wouldn't become a master bedroom. It would become maybe more of a kid's room. But all of those changes would be interior, and the zoning provisions that we are seeking relief from would remain unaffected by such change.
So it doesn't change the footprint of the third floor? That extra GFA isn't going to be bumped out somewhere else?
It's already actually there. So you want to unfold the drawing so they can see the stuff?
I think the concern is that this does not then trigger another variance when you move that to somewhere else.
So we are seeking a maximum FSI of 0.97.
Yep.
And right now, that's 0.97. If we take out the 40 square feet, we'll be less than 0.97. We'll still be compliant. What we're going to plan on doing is whatever 40 square feet we lose, we're going to add within, that area right there. So that area, Sia, correct me if I'm wrong, that could shrink, right?
Okay, so through you.
So in fact, that area that the architect is highlighting is actually going to shrink because it's actually bigger than 40 square feet. So that area, so our overall FSI will actually probably decrease slightly.
You're going to put it there.
The problem with then your decision is you're granting a GFA that other people rely on, and it may not be accurate. So if somebody comes in and says, well, you allowed this person this, but maybe they didn't build that, I don't know. That's one issue. The other issue is if we tie it to that plan, I'm concerned that the building department may actually tie it to the floor plan that's on there as well. So what corner is that? The north?
That would be the southwest corner.
West. So we could just tie it to that plan as it relates to the revision on the southwest corner of the third floor.
Yes.
Okay.
If that makes you comfortable.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Okay, thank you, sir. First, we have to have a consent to sever into 2 lots. And then we have to approve part 1 as is, or we have to deal with part 1 as is and part 2 as amended and tie it to that plan, revised plan. Okay, so do we have a motion for consent?
I'll move a motion to approve consent, subject to urban forestry condition 3 2 times.
So the
And the standard engineering consent conditions.
Okay, so do we have a seconder? All right, all in favor? Have your consent, sir. Part 1, the variances as they are. Do we have a motion?
first, number 2. I'll second, yeah. Oh, you're doing the.
Who knows? Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the variances for Part 1, subject to urban forestry condition 2.
I second it.
All in favor? Have your approval for variance number 1. Variance number part number 1. Part number 2, yes.
There was a condition that engineering had asked for a site plan illustrating a 2 to 4% positive slope on the driveway.
Well,
I
this
think those have been-
particular, on part 1?
Both of them.
Okay.
Okay.
And subject to the engineering conditions of revised plans.
And that's okay with the seconder? Okay. That's okay, and we're all in favor? Okay, part 2.
And then also move a motion to approve Part 2, subject to urban forestry condition number 2 and the engineering conditions about revised plans, and also tied to the submitted plans as of today, with the southwest portion of the 3rd floor showing a notch cut out roughly 5 by 8 feet.
Can we get a
Seconder?
copy?
Can we get a copy of that, please?
All right, all in favor? Okay.
Done. Okay.
Thank you. Great.
And thanks for being open to finding a compromise, everyone.
That was all in favor?
We did.
So we adjourn at 6:13.
Yes.
Okay. 6:12.
6:12 is good.
Thank you. Well done, Chairman. We did.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Another successful day. We did it.
Yeah.
Copy of it. I just wrote it. Do you have a copy of this one? Summary of the photos. I'll just give it to it.
She doesn't have.
I don't think this one. I just wrote on my edits.
But not bad, eh? 6 o'clock.
This was
We finished
No,
early then
I'm
before-
quite pleased with that. We were here till
Did you get this from